in a third country like the United States. For many refugees, it can take decades to be resettled. And
this one. Whereas once referred by the UNHCR as a series of multi-agency vetting processes culminating in a refugee being assigned to a local resettlement agency, and
whereas in Nashville, there are 3 refugee resettlement agencies: Catholic Charities, the National International Center for Empowerment, also known as NICE, and Inspiritus. These agencies provide direct services to refugees through the implementation of numerous government programs, as well as through a spectrum of wraparound services designed to support refugees on their path to self-sufficiency. There are many other partner organizations in Nashville who provide significant support and resources to refugees through advocacy, legal services, health care, food assistance, and more. These organizations include, but are not limited to, the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition, Tennessee Resettlement Aid, Salam Health, Tennessee Justice for Refugee Rights Coalition, Our Neighbors, the American Muslim Advisory Council, Nations Ministry Center, and the Office of the State Refugee Coordinator, the Tennessee Office for Refugees, and
whereas these organizations are celebrating World Refugee Day in 2022 through a live storytelling event, The Stories of Belonging, being held on Wednesday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. at the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition office, and
whereas in 2021, over 700 refugees from around the world were resettled in Nashville, including hundreds of evacuees from Afghanistan, and
whereas as Nashville continues to grow, we are becoming an ever greater hub for diverse communities. Every year, refugees contribute millions of dollars back to our local economy and bring a richness of culture that helps Nashville thrive.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County that the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record as recognizing June 20th, 2022 as World Refugee Day in Nashville and Davidson County, and that this resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it. At this time, I want to invite Dr. Gatlo Taj to the podium. Dr. Taj is a refugee himself, now is a PhD, run NICE, which is a refugee resettlement agency. And the storytelling that was done the other day has so many stories of many refugees that have settled here, make Nashville home, and are thriving and doing so many for our community, so much for our community. So, Dr. Taj.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. This is an honor. Thank you so much, Council Zafar. Thank you so much to all the council members for recognizing June 20th as the World Refugees Day here in Nashville. As a refugee myself, who came to Nashville many years ago without even saying a word in English, I think Nashville is the place that is welcoming, is a place that is a home, is a place that can change a number of the people's life. And as proud refugees who have changed life, not only of my own, but also other people's life, I cannot think of any other city and any other group than you guys are. Refugees have been going through so much. Story after story, they all seem to be the same. Number of the people that are here have lost people of their own family. They have gone through so much. They have walked for days. Some of them have been executed or persecuted. There are people who, because of the only hope they were able to make it to here. And that story was not different from what I went through. So with that, I wanted to thank you and thank you so much for what you do here to make the Nashville a historical, welcoming city. Thank you.
Who's taking it? Joy, would you please? Come on, Max.
I'm like, find him in the corner.
Come on, Tessa. Tessa. All right. Thank you. Oh, thank you for what you do.
Are there any other presentations? Okay. Announcements. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. On Tuesday, July the 12th, Legal Aid is coming to the Hermitage Library to do a presentation to any interested resident, doesn't have to be District 12 or 14, about renters' rights and also how to read a lease agreement. In Hermitage, we have a number of residents that are concerned about their increasing rents, as well as, can a landlord not fix my air conditioning, or can a landlord not pay for pest control, those kinds of things. And so they're coming between 6 and 7:30 at the Hermitage Library in the large community room. Thank you.
Thank you. Other announcement, Councilmember Hurt. Oh, shoot.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to invite all to come, especially my colleagues, to the National Black Caucus Local Elected Officials Summer Conference, which is going to be held July 21st through the 23rd. I know we have another meeting, but I want you all to get the early bird registration in before July 9th. It's going to be held at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. We've got a strong list of speakers, starting out with Michael Eric Dyson on Thursday morning, and we will have some great local participation from people like in our housing fund, Amazon representatives, HCA, our SEIU representatives, and small business owners. And we're going to have Secretary Marsha Fudge on Friday as our lunch speaker, and we also will have a closing session that's going to feature Dr. Robert Hudson, president of Jackson State University, and his head coach, Deion Sanders, and of course, our very own Eddie George, who is the coach of Tennessee State University. Dr. Glenda Glover was going to be with us, but her daughter is expecting a child. So I told her there's no way that she could miss that. So we're looking to get a great replacement for her. We're looking at Congressman Alma Adams, who is an HBCU advocate, and our platform is excellence, equity, and it's an elected collective for HBCUs. So I'm really excited about the conference being here. We're expecting about 200 elected officials from across the country, and I'm so happy that our vice mayor has joined to make sure that the council participates. And I just encourage you all to come and have a great time.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And let me say, we're going to have the final event will be held on Saturday, July the 23rd, which will be the 22nd annual Jefferson Street Jazz and Blues Festival that's going to be at Fisk University. We've got an old school lineup And a new schooler, because we got Wendy Moulton, who was the second place winner of The Voice, but we also have the Higher Ground, the Manhattans, Mike Phillips, and Bobby Rush. So we got a little jazz, blues, and R&B for all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I just wanted to remind people that on July 30th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Southeast will be having Southeast Community Day, and we're going to be giving away 1,200 backpacks, and we're going to have multicultural music and food, and we're going to have characters for kids to take photos with. It's going to be a great day, and I hope that everyone will be able to attend at the Southeast Community Center in the green space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so very much. I had two brief announcements. For the neighbors that are on the Castlegate, for the Castlegate community, as well as the Owendale community, we already had our traffic calming meetings, as well as Forest View. We've already had our traffic calming meetings. However, there was a change in the traffic calming program since our traffic calming meeting, so that information has been communicated to the neighbors, but in the event that you did not get that information, we do not need to go door to door to get the signatures anymore for traffic calming. A ballot will be mailed to all of the homeowners that will be impacted by that decision. So again, if you are a part of the Owendale community, if you're a part of the Castlegate community, you do not need to continue to collect signatures for our traffic calming project. A ballot will be mailed to the homeowners, and Council Lady Stiles already announced the Southeast Community Day. So in tandem to that day, our community center, our Smith Springs Community Center, as well as Priest Lake Presbyterian Church are having a community day. Also Saturday, July 11th, but this is from 11 to 1. So either after you stop at the Southeast Community Day, come on over to the Community Day in District 29. They'll have snow cones, refreshments, water slides, and games. So again, that is a conglomerate between the Priest Lake Presbyterian Church and Smith Springs Community Center. And if you have any more questions about that, I shared that out on my Facebook page, but you can call the church or the community center. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I would like to announce to the public and also to my colleague that we will have the second annual John Lewis Way March on July 23rd. The march will start at the intersection of Jefferson Street and John Lewis Way. We'll have a bunch of speakers, and we're going to have a performance at the Ryman Auditorium where the march will end. This year also, we will be giving away 2 scholarships, one to a student from Fisk and one to a student from ABC. So you're all invited, and let's turn out like we did last year and make it a successful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. There will be a community meeting on Thursday, July 21st at 6 p.m. For the residents of Hillhurst Drive to discuss the traffic calming project that was awarded to that community. So Thursday, July 21st, 6 p.m. at Casa de Dios, which is at 3030 Dickerson Pike.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I just wanted to go ahead and let people in District 13 go ahead and mark their calendars. Our next district-wide town hall will be on the 20th. That will be a Wednesday night at Arlington United Methodist Church. I'm working on having representatives from the Planning Department and Metro Recycling to come discuss about recycling and overlays and provide some updates. So again, that is July 20th at 6 o'clock at Arlington United Methodist Church for District 13 Town Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other announcements? All right, just about 10 minutes, still showtime.
Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 68th business meeting before your term. This is the 14th council meeting of 2022, including one special adjourned meeting this calendar year. Tonight's council agenda is 54 pages long with 147 items. That includes 2 resolutions on public hearing, 61 second reading zoning bills also on public hearing, 24 resolutions, 29 first reading bills, 15 second reading bills, and 14 ordinances on third and final reading. In addition, the council will consider 12 mayoral appointments and reappointments to several Metro boards and commissions. That includes a reappointment to the Board of Equalization, 10 new appointments to the Metro Human Relations Commission, and a reappointment to the Transportation Licensing Commission. The meeting looks to be a long one given the number of items and pages we have on the agenda. It appears because of the 63 bills, particularly on public hearing, that number is higher than usual because the council did not have a public hearings on zoning bills last month because of the crunch of passing the new operating and capital improvements budget. Major action tonight for the council will be consideration of at least 2 resolutions that strongly opposing the recent Supreme Court decision overturning the constitutional right to an abortion after nearly 50 years. RS 2022-1635 has the support of 26 co-sponsors in the council. It requests Nashville Police make criminal enforcement, arrest, and investigation of abortions as its lowest priority. The resolution also requests that the Cooper administration restrict city funds and city staff from being used to investigate, catalog, or report suspected abortions. The resolution also encourages city departments to implement and enforce policies and practices to prevent harassment and disruption at abortion clinics, including noise regulations, parking and traffic regulations, and anti-nuisance regulations. There is one other late resolution that will be before the council tonight on this matter. It has the support of Mayor John Cooper and some council leaders. It requests the Metro Employee Benefit Board to extend health coverage for Metro employees to include reimbursement to obtain abortion-related and other medical procedures that are unavailable outside Tennessee. The benefit would include transportation, accommodation, and related costs, again, for abortion and other services that aren't available in the state. This could impact up to 15,000 city workers. Federal law does not allow the use of tax dollars for abortion purposes. It is not known or believed if there is a similar ban in Tennessee of the use of either local or state tax dollars for an abortion. It does seem likely that the General Assembly might implement such restrictions given any possible action by the council on this matter. Remember, when late resolutions are presented, if there are 3 or more objections, the bill will be deferred until the July 19th meeting. The other major action for the council tonight is on first reading, which is somewhat unusual. It's BL 2022-1349. It would approve agreement between the city, the Nashville 2024 Host Committee, and the Republican National Committee for the city to host the 2024 Republican National Convention. The selection of the convention site is expected to be made by the RNC by the first part of August. The choice appears to be between Nashville and Milwaukee. That Wisconsin city has already unanimously approved its agreement to host, but there appears to be growing opposition here in the council. In fact, we are hearing that the bill will probably be withdrawn tonight. A resolution on the matter and on the agenda tonight that is independent from the actual agreement is RS 2022-1634. It would place the council on record as opposing the Republican National Convention within Nashville and Davidson County. The resolution says the RNC's president in Nashville in 2024 is inappropriate, both due to the increasingly hateful rhetoric in the Republican Party and the cost and security concerns that a major political convention might bring with it. Supporters say the Republican convention will bring over $200 million to Nashville, and there's up to $50 million in federal funds available to address security concerns. Governor Bill Lee is very supportive of having the GOP 2024 convention here and says the state is contributing $25 million in funding towards that. The Mayor Cooper has expressed concerns about Nashville hosting the convention since it will tie up almost all of downtown and cancel 2 conventions already booked, but the mayor has not taken a public position on the agreement itself. There's a very tight deadline for this agreement. In fact, if there was a deferral, they would not be able to have it because it wouldn't be approved by the council on third reading until the second meeting in August, which would be after the RNC's deadline. The council tonight does not need 21 votes to pass the bill on first reading, just a simple majority. In that case, however, it got less. It will need 21 votes when it gets to third reading in 2 meetings. So if it doesn't get 21 tonight, it will look like it'll be in total to get 21 for the third reading. Again, we are hearing strong reports throughout the council chambers tonight that this bill will probably be withdrawn, meaning Nashville will likely no longer be a candidate to be the host for the 2024 Republican National Convention here in our city. Other actions tonight under Resolution RS 2022-1613, the council will be asked to appropriate $22.25 million from the city's 4% reserve fund, which is for the purchase of equipment and building repairs. That will go to 22 different city departments and agencies. That includes $5.8 million for IT services, $5.3 million for general services, $2.6 million for the police, $2 million for fire, $1.5 million for libraries, and more than $1 million each for sheriffs and parks. There is one amendment that could create some debate. Councilmember at large Bob Mendez wants to delete $246,000 from the Metro Police for use for the controversial license plate readers pilot program the council approved a couple of months ago. Councilman Mendez says before anybody can start doing anything about a license plate pilot program, they need to have a public hearing first. He tried to get some assurance about that before he moved on the amendment in committee. I'm not sure he really felt like he got that, so we'll see what he does with the amendment when he brings it up tonight when the bill comes up on the floor. Other memorializing resolutions, the council will recognize Ken Oliver upon his retirement as the director of the Metro Public Library System. It'll also be asked to endorse the creation of a task force to initiate a study to determine the 5 most probable locations for potential waste transfer stations within the county. The study be completed no later than July 31st of next year. On second reading, the council will also again consider BL 2022-1168 that will toughen the city's excessive noise regulations for motor vehicles and authorize both the codes administration and, if it amended, the police department to enforce those standards. Another second reading bill that could spark discussion is BL 2022-1250 to create the Nashville Entertainment Commission. Frankly, there are 2 substitute bills about this were up in committee tonight. Neither one got very much support within committee, so there appears to be a motion from that committee to defer this for a meeting. That's likely what will happen. Tonight's meeting is again being held under the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. State law has stripped the Metro Health Department of the power to continue a mask mandate in all city-owned buildings. Virus cases are again rising in Nashville. The federal CDC says we are a community again with a high level of transmission for the Omicron variant of the virus. Therefore, wearing masks here tonight is again recommended but not required. If you want to follow the council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and our staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, and on the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for their consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's meeting into order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. We hope everyone had a safe 4th of July and enjoyed the firework display last night. It was pretty awesome. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Curtis Bryant, Greater Heights Missionary Baptist Church, and he is a guest of Councilmember Brandon Taylor. Pastor.
Let us all bow our heads for a word of prayer. God, our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks in the name of Jesus, who is Christ and Lord. We give you thanks for this Nashville Metro City Council. We pray and hold up this council before you. We pray and believe and declare that the men and women who are in positions of authority will be governed by your Spirit. God, we pray and intercede for our mayor, vice mayor, deputy mayor, all of this council, and those who are in authority. We pray, God, for our president, the representatives, senators, and judges of our land, the policemen, and all who are in authority. And we ask the Spirit of the Lord rest upon each of them. We pray and ask that skillful and godly wisdom has entered into their hearts, and that knowledge is pleasant to them. We pray that discretion watches over each of them. Understanding keeps them and delivers them from the way of evil and from evil men. Father, we ask that you will compass this council with your Spirit, that their hearts and ears be attentive to godly counsel, and that they will do which is right in your sight. We pray and believe that you cause them to be men and women of integrity, who are obedient concerning us, that we may lead quiet and peaceable lives in godliness and honesty. God, we pray together that the upright shall dwell in our government, and that the men and women be blameless and complete in your sight. Father, we ask that your Spirit will help them to remain in positions of authority, and that the wicked shall be cut off and rooted out of our government. God, your word declares that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. And we hear your word, which tells us righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. We receive your blessings in this place today. Thank you, God, that you are our refuge and stronghold in times of trouble, of high cost and destitution and desperation. We thank you for the city of Nashville, Tennessee. God, we are not just a city sitting along the Bible Belt, but I declare and believe today that we are the buckle on that belt. We are a city that sits on a hill that cannot be hid. We pray, God, for your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And thank you for this time together. We believe that the hearts of our leaders have been tempered and directed by the Lord. And therefore we give you thanks that the good news of the gospel is published throughout the land, and the word of the Lord prevails and grows mightily in the hearts and lives of your people. We pray that care and conscientious spirits will help to govern and lead and guard and guide, and that their decisions might be good and right. We give you thanks for this land, its leaders, and we ask you to bless us this day, and you be glorified. Let us cooperatively and collectively pray for our nation and all its people, and the prayer of the righteous availeth much. Thank you now in the name of Jesus, who is Christ and Lord. Let every heart say amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling the roll. Ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from June 21st, 2022? Motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, a couple things before we start tonight. First, I'm going to Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to take the time to reflect and remember the icon of Darrell S. Freeman. Thanks to so many of you who signed upon the resolution and the proclamation that will be given to his family for the funeral. You all know that Darrell and I had been working very closely on a project for the Fisk Incubation and Innovation Center, which we will continue that project and it shall be done. The Vice Mayor asked me to say a few words, and as much as I would love to take credit for these beautiful words that I'm about to share, but I must give credit where credit's due, and his dear friends, Charles Sewing and Michael Cotter. What is a legacy? In simple terms, it's the mark that someone has left on the world. To some, it's a financial measurement, such as the value of one's estate. To me, it's so much more. To me, one's legacy is measured by the impact on the lives of those he touched. It's inspirational. It's far-reaching. It ripples. It's eternal. When I think of my dear friend, Darrell Freeman, his legacy is remarkable. We all know Darrell had many, many accomplishments, and yes, those are significant, historic, and impressive to say the least. And it's part of the reason that I was drawn to get to know him better. But the man I got to know, who I formed a friendship with, who shared his time with me, was a man who was much more than his accomplishments. He was a loving and loyal husband, a devoted and doting father, a generous spirit, a problem solver, a truth teller, a man of courage, a man of integrity who stood boldly on his principles that guided his thoughts and actions. So what does his legacy mean to me? It means I'll learn from his example of devotion to those I love and care about, and I'll pass that forward. It means I'll be a good friend to others, and I'll pass that forward. It means I'll strive to live a life of honesty and integrity, and I'll pass that forward. It means I'll do my best to reach beyond my dreams, and I'll pay that forward. It means I'll be sure to give back as he did so generously, and hopefully others will be inspired to do so. In simple terms, legacy means the mark that someone leaves on the world. Darrell Freeman definitely left his mark on the world, and I and so many others are better for it. Thank you very much. I think that deserves a hand clap. He was a remarkable man. He helped so many people. He did things that people wish that they could do. He was brilliant. He was kind. He was a friend, a true friend to so many. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt.
And please keep his family in prayer. He has a wife and 4 children that he's left behind.
this city is going to miss him very much. All right. A couple of things before we start from me tonight. First, I have received written confirmation that both BL 2022-1349 by Councilmember Swope and RS 2022-1634 by Councilmember Hurt are being withdrawn. I will go to the respective sponsors at the appropriate time in the agenda for the formal withdrawal. But again, BL 2022-1349 and RS 2022-1634 are both being withdrawn tonight. Second, you may have seen this. I announced through an email the formation of a special committee to seek and obtain information concerning the possible new East Bank Stadium and related infrastructure. The goal of this committee is to lead the council's efforts related to any potential legislation, as well as to serve as a central point of information gathering. This committee will not be voting on legislation or proposals, but will be serving this body in seeking out information about what may be proposed and how any such proposal would be funded. Councilmember Mendez has agreed to serve as chair. Other members on the committee are Councilmembers Toombs, Parker, Withers, Roten, Druffel, and Lee. They will all be serving. Councilmember Mendez, just to make sure I've got this right, there's actually a meeting, an initial meeting now scheduled coming up. I don't think this week, maybe next week.
Right. It's first committee meeting is going to be July 14th in the chamber. That's Thursday. I'm looking at Margaret to make sure that's right. At 4:30, and it's going to be an organizing meeting to figure out a schedule of meetings going forward and topics. So 14th at 4:30 in the chamber.
Okay, and everyone's invited, even though it may be an information
right.
meeting.
We're going to try to have all the meetings in the chamber because the whole point of the committee is to make it so we don't have to have 4 or 5 committees meeting about the same thing. It'll be a central place for us to all get information. Metro Nashville Network is going to be televising it. We're going to make sure all the meetings are televised. And we're working on standing up a web page where we'll be able to capture the information that we gather. As we go forward through the stadium process in the coming, how many ever months it is, the idea is, as you said, not to have the committee approve or disapprove, recommend or not recommend, but to be a central gathering place where all council members and the public will have an opportunity to get information, and ultimately we'll have public hearings, I think, out in the community once we know what the actual proposal is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Last thing I've got is obviously you've been watching the news as our country celebrated our independence yesterday. Another horrible mass shooting in Highland Park, Illinois. If you take a look at the situation regarding Highland Park and you look at other mass shootings, besides Highland Park, there were 9 other mass shootings yesterday in this country. That's where at least 4 individuals were either killed or injured. I'm also recognizing the fact that obviously there's concern going on with the shootings in Akron. A lot of things going on in this country. Our country has got to figure out a way to handle these serious matters. And obviously, as a city council here in Nashville, we have responsibilities as well. I think the best way to handle this, at least tonight, is to be thinking about it. And I've been encouraged to ask you all to please rise and join me in a moment of silence for all these individuals that we're talking about. Thank you. Thank you. And as we get ready to go on the agenda, again, please do not forget the people of Ukraine and other places that are battling for, obviously, their countries and for their lives. Those are still going on as well. All right. We are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. Am I going to Councilmember Murphy? Have you got the report? Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized.
Thank you. We did finally get a quorum, and so we were able to move through elections and confirmations. And I will, I guess, begin with the two that we did confirm. That would be the Board of Equalization for Ms. Cheryl Lynn Pettis for a term expiring on June 6, 2024. That was approved, 5 in favor, 0 against. And then also we took up the Transportation Licensing Commission reappointment for Mr. Freddie Carr for a term expiring on April 30th, 2024. That was approved, 5 in favor, 0 against. All of the appointments for the Human Relations Commission, we have deferred those one meeting so the administration can get some things in order and provide us with some more information. And so that would be the appointment of Ms. Do you want me to go through all those names? Or?
No, if you want to just do a motion for all those, I think it may be important for all the Human Relations Commission just to defer one meeting.
Yes, the rest were all deferred one meeting of the Human Relations Commission appointments.
Okay, so I need a motion just on Ms. Cheryl Pettis and Mr. Freddie Carr, and then we'll do the other ones.
So moved.
Okay, so I've got a motion to approve the reappointment of Ms. Cheryl Pettis for the Metropolitan Board of Equalization and the reappointment of Mr. Freddie Carr for the Transportation Licensing Commission. Got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion on those two? Seeing none, all those in favor of those two reappointments say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, those two are reappointed, and then just a motion on the other ones to get them to the next meeting.
I move to defer the rest of the appointments to the next meeting.
Okay, I've got a motion properly seconded. It's a motion to defer all the Human Relations Commission appointments to the next meeting. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Those appointments are deferred one meeting. I believe that Ms. Pettis is in the back. Ms. Pettis, if you would stand up. All right, and Mr. Carr, are you, is Mr. Carr, are you still here? All right, well, Ms. Pettis was nice enough to stay here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service. We appreciate all you do for the city of Nashville. And Ms. Pettis, we have a very long agenda. It's like 54 pages long. You are welcome to stay, or you can get out of here right now. All right, so we are now ready for resolutions on public hearing. I always try to explain how this works. We have resolutions up tonight and bills on public hearing. I will call up the resolutions and the bills one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of either the resolution or the bill. Then I'll ask for a show of hands of those who are opposed to either the resolution or the bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward, go to that back podium with the microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask the same thing for anybody opposed who wishes to speak. With having said that, after all that, I will close the public hearing and then refer back to the sponsor. So we are now ready for the resolutions, and then we will take up the bills. The first resolution tonight is RS 2022-1608 by Councilmember Roberts. It's a resolution exempting Maru Nations located at 5511 Centennial Boulevard from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Roberts, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to, we have any committee reports, please?
We do have a committee report. Councilmember Hancock.
The Government Operations voted 8 in favor, 0 against on 1608 to approve this resolution.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Roberts, back to you.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. We're on RS 2022-1608. Could I see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution? I've got one hand up. Are you in favor? Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Councilmember Roberts, I don't think I saw anybody in opposition.
I think everybody in the nations is looking forward to this.
Okay. So if you would like to speak, you're welcome to. Otherwise, there's no opposition. All right. I will close the public hearing. Councilmember Roberts, back to you.
I would like to move for approval.
All right. So Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval of RS 2022-1608, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2022-1608, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Right. We're on number 2, RS 2022-1609 by Councilmember Parker. This is a resolution exempting 806 Vibe Plays from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property, non-owner occupied permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we need committee reports on this?
Right. Government Operations, Councilmember Hancock.
Government Operations voted to approve, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the resolution. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing nobody making any movement whatsoever, I declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of RS 2022-1609, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of RS 2022-1609 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. RS 2022-1609 passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. All right, those are the 2 resolutions on public hearing. We are now ready for the bills on public hearing. The first one up is BL 2022-1061 by Councilmember Rutherford, which I can also take with 1062. 1061. So we do have an interpreter here. Thank you, Ms. Darby. Ricardo Castillo is here. Mr. Castillo, there you are. And he is here in case anybody needs help in interpreting a message to the council. So he is here as an interpreter. If we call up a bill on public hearing and you would like the help of the interpreter, Mr. Castillo is going to be sitting right over here. Thank you very much for being here. Okay. Thank you. All right, so we're on BL 2022-1061 by Councilmember Rutherford, which we can also take with item number 4, BL 2022-1062. 1061, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR 2A to SP zoning for property located at 14656 Old Hickory Boulevard, southern terminus of Harris Hills Lane. It's 81.38 acres to permit 291 single-family residential units. And the companion bill, Councilmember Porterfield, for what reason?
Point of order, Vice Mayor. Could the interpreter translate that so that if anyone needs the service, they'll know that it's available?
Certainly. Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Castillo, if you want to come up and explain in Spanish what you're here for tonight.
I'm going to say it in Spanish because it's the language you were required.
Okay.
Ok, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ricardo Castillo. Si hay alguien en esta asamblea hoy que necesite hablar para que yo les traduzca, para eso estoy aquí. Así estoy sentado aquí al frente. Ustedes lo que tienen que hacer es acercarse y yo estaré traduciendo todo lo que se diga aquí. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Castillo. All right, so I was reading, let's see, BL 2022-1062. That's a companion bill. It's an ordinance that authorizes building material restrictions requirements. It's a proposed specific plan zoning district located at 14656 Old Hickory Boulevard, southern terminus of Harris Hills Lane. It's 81.38 acres. It's the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Rutherford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move deferral of both of these items to the first meeting in September.
All right. So you're deferring to the first meeting in September?
That's correct.
Okay. Both those bills. All right. So that's the motion, properly seconded. Any questions about the deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills are deferred to the first meeting in September. All right. Next bill up is item number 5, Bill 2022-1140 by Council Members Parker, Withers, and Allen. I think also Hurt and Van Rees are on that bill. And I believe I can take that with item number 6, Bill 2022-1141, also by Parker, Withers, Van Rees, and Hurt. 1140 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RM20 to SP for properties located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue at the northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street. It's 14.52 acres located in a planned unit development overlay district. And BL 2022-1141, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1140. It's a proposed specific plan zoning district located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue, northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. After consulting with the developer on this, we've decided to defer this to the first meeting in August, the public hearing and the second reading, in order to allow time for another community meeting.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to defer both 2022-1140 and 1141, defer to the first meeting in August, correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Deferral motion passes. We are now on item number 7, BL 2022-1142, also by Councilmember Parker and Hurt. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development overlay district for properties located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on item number 7, 1142.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to have the public hearing on this one.
Okay. So we are on item number 7. It's BL 2022-1142. Councilmember Parker has requested that we open a public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. I need to see a show of hands of those who are in favor of this particular bill. Anybody in favor? Okay, a show of hands of those who are opposed to this bill. Oh, I do see 2 hands in the back. Okay, so nobody's in favor. If the 2 people who are opposed, if either one would like to speak, come on up to the front and come to the podium. Okay. If anybody else would like to speak on this, come on up at the same time. So good evening. What I'll need is your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kelly, and I live on 26th Avenue in North Nashville. I guess I'm speaking on this bill, but also just kind of generally about this grouping of bills. So many of you may know that River Chase has been being redeveloped for quite a while, or has been in plans. I was hired in January by PATH to help with this relocation, housing navigation, and that kind of thing. And really, I could say a lot of things that would not fit into 2 minutes, but a few of the most important things that I feel like I have to say here, regardless of what has gone on and all the different things, to the city, like, we need your help with housing. I know we have said this a million times. Everybody has done an article on it, but I, for the past 6 months, have every single day seen behind the scenes of a developer who actually is trying to do the right thing. The housing is not here. The mayor, I don't know if he's here, but the mayor, city council, y'all, like these little tiny pieces you keep giving people are dying because they don't have housing. People in River Chase, so many of them who are not currently living there, some of them maybe, but have experienced homelessness. And did you all not just pay $500,000 to somebody to come in and tell us we never take care of our chronically homeless? Who do you think is still living in River Chase? People have experienced homelessness in this city. Single moms sleeping in their cars. somebody who has lived in a hotel for 2 years with her 16-year-old son. And we sit here and we talk about CBAs and we talk about all these things, and that's fine and well and good. But the people in River Chase right now, even with CREA having the best intentions, with Salvation Army having the best intentions, with PATH having the best intentions, with you all having the best intentions, there is not enough housing in this city. We have people who are on 131 on a wait list they've been on for 3 years. Section 8, why are we still giving people vouchers when there are no places to live on Section 8 anymore? The Low Barrier Housing Collective, they tried it. The anti-eviction stuff, all of this goes together. Homelessness goes together with housing. And we are not doing anything to recognize that in this city that is measurably making a difference in these people's lives. These are our friends, these are our family, these are people we love and care about, and I'm not gonna stand here without saying, again, the city needs to do something about it. Black and brown and marginalized and indigenous and LGBTQ and single moms and everyone else has been saying this for years and years and years and years, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm sick of sitting in here and listening to this. Everyone in this room is complicit in this because you haven't done enough. And honestly, half of my friends couldn't even be here to speak on this public hearing because of childcare issues, transportation issues. Some of them are in the hospital. This is not River Chase specific. This is Nashville.
Okay. And
thank you.
We appreciate you speaking. All right. Thank you. All right. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Christina Presley, and I live in River Chase Apartments.
I'm here with Christina because this is a little bit emotional for her to talk about. But on Friday, Freeman Webb sent someone to her apartment to tell her that she had 2 options. She could go to a hotel for a month or she could leave with nothing. Luckily, someone came around and asked her if that happened to her, and she confirmed that it had. And so she did not go to that hotel. Today, they knocked on her door and told her now she only has 2 weeks in a hotel. Take it or leave it. She's here because she needs food tonight.
And I have to be out first thing in the morning.
They told her to be out first thing in the morning, 2 weeks in a hotel. That's all you get. Goodbye. That is not the promise that was made to anyone at River Chase. And she should not have to come up here and tell you that she doesn't have food to eat tonight to be able to be made the promise that she was given when they arrived here. They should not have to have oversight and other people coming around to find out whether or not they're being mistreated. I left my job because I could either work for the residents of River Chase or I could work for PATH and the development team at CREA. I could not do both, and that's why I'm here tonight. These people need more than platitudes. They need more than a deposit. They need care. The residents of this city need care. And you have an opportunity to make sure that we're not out here painting some rosy picture and then hiding the dirty underbelly of what's happening. You all have an opportunity tonight to make this right. There's 20 other people still there. And I'm in touch with most of them, but I shouldn't have to be. Thank you for your time. And if anyone wants to talk to Christina tonight about how she can eat properly until she can find somewhere for her to live permanently, affordably, in a dignified fashion, please come see us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, does anybody else wish to speak? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For tonight, we'll just defer this one out to the first meeting in August, as the other 2 have been.
Okay. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in August, properly seconded. Discussion? Okay. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized, and then I'll go to Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you. I just want to thank the sponsor, and I want to thank those brave women that came here and spoke. Because as the sponsors of these bills, we understand and we have compassion for you, and we're doing everything that we possibly can. The concern is that we have developers and planners that are making rules and regulations that keep us tired and unable to do the things that the people ask for. And I don't want people to think that we're not here, hearing you, not feeling the compassion, but we are restricted in the things that we do. This is a 40-member council, and it takes a majority of us to pass these bills. I know that Councilmember Parker has worked extremely hard on these bills. He and Councilmember Allen, they have given their blood, sweat, and tears trying to come away with something. You are absolutely right. We should have done better as a city, and we are working and improving to get things in a better shape for all of us. It is not right, it is not fair, but please bear with us, help us, continue to tell us so we can hear you and know exactly what it is that has to be done. So I just thank you, Councilmember Parker, because I know that this has been a very personal task for you. I do, and I thank you.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just need to be marked on abstaining on all River Chase votes, please.
Okay. All right. And Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. It's not specific to River Chase, but the conversation reminds me of last couple of meetings, in particular around the budget, where we have been discussing here and in the Homeless Impact Division Planning Council about Metro-owned land. And the deadline, my understanding was June 30th, that we were going to see a list of Metro-owned land that we could start having a conversation about how to escalate building opportunities in our city. And so I just wanted to put that in the administration's ear that we're waiting. And thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Evans. Anybody else wanting to be heard? All right. So this is, we've got a motion to defer to the first meeting in August on BL 2022-1142. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion on the deferral motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in August. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. All right, we are now on item number 8, BL 2022-1152 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to MULA zoning. Probably located at 897 Elm Hill Pike, 430 feet east of Fessler's Lane, 0.34 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we need to defer this for till the next public hearing because of a lack of notice.
Okay, so this one's going to be automatically deferred to the first meeting in August. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you, Councilmember. Okay, the next one we've got is item number 9, BL 2022-1155 by Councilmember Withers. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an historic landmark interior overlay district, probably located at 518 Russell Street, southwest corner of Russell Street and South 6th Street, zoned R8 within the Edgefield Historic Preservation District. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And can we take these two together since they're both the exact same property?
This is item number 10, BL 2022-1156 by Councilmember Withers. Yep. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district, probably located at 518 Russell Street, southwest corner of Russell Street and South 6th Street, zone R8 within the Edgefield Historic Preservation District to permit a hotel and event space. Councilmember Withers, you recognized on both those measures.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. These two items I would like to defer to the first meeting in September. The applicant on this has been working very closely with the Edgefield Neighborhood Association, which I think is great. He is continuing to work on trying to get a shared parking agreement in place, and it's taken a little bit longer than he would have liked. This is a historic church building that has no parking, which is the way that church buildings were constructed in the 1890s. But nevertheless, because of that detail, it hasn't yet gone to the Planning Commission. At this point, we hope that it will come to the Planning Commission on August the 25th. And so at this time, I would like to request deferral to the first meeting in September for the council.
All right, so Councilmember Withers has deferred to the first meeting in September, both 1155 and 1156, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills are deferred. All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Next item up is item number 11, BL 2022-1199 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R6 to RM15ANS. Zoning for properties located at 2112 and 2116 24th Avenue North, corner of Simpson Street and something's missing. So it's at the corner of Simpson Street and something else. It's 0.46 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open on BL 2022-1199. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I see nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of BL 2022-1199 for passage on second reading. Proper second. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1199 say aye. Opposed, no. BL 2022-1199 passes on second reading. We're on item number 12, BL 2022-1210 by Councilmember Young. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to RS30 zoning for property located at Old Springfield Pike, approximately 210 feet west of Springfield Highway. It's 1.76 acres. Councilmember Young, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. It's open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Councilmember Young, I see nobody that came to see you tonight. So I declare the public hearing closed. You're on your bill, BL 2022-1210.
Move approval.
Councilmember Young has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1210 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. That one's adopted. Item number 13, BL 2022-1216 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance amending Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to update the land use table pertaining to commercial amusement, outside uses within the downtown code. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1216 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes. All right, Councilmember O'Connell, you've got the next two. We'll take them together. BL 2022-1230 and 1231. 1230 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R6A to SP zoning for property located at 1306 South Street, approximately 200 feet east of 14th Avenue South. It's 0.68 acres. And BL 2022-1231, an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1230, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1306 South Street, approximately 200 feet east of 14th Avenue South. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we can take these at once. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing on both 1230 and 1231. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. See a couple hands in the front. A show of hands of those who are opposed to these two measures. I don't see anybody with their hands up. Those in favor wish to speak? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right. The motion is to approve both 1230 and 1231, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. These bills come from lengthy discussion at Edge Hill along a stretch of South Street where we had a lot of interaction with planning and multiple community meetings to get to a point where I think the development is recognized as appropriate for the corridor and context in the community, and also some conversation about how to recognize one of the existing historical uses. So generally pleased with the outcome. No, we had a lot of concerns expressed along the way, and appreciate that we had enough process to get through all that. So with that, I'd like to renew my motion. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell again has moved a passage of 1230 and 1231 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills say aye. Opposed, no. 1230 and 1231 pass on second reading. We're on BL 2022-1232. Councilmember O'Connell, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to SP zoning for property located at 1301 2nd Avenue North, northwest corner of Monroe Street and 2nd Avenue North, located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay. It's 0.38 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open on 2022-1232. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. See a couple of hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are opposed to this measure. Don't see anybody opposed. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on 1232.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, you're good to go. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. You can see this one's within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay. As always, we work very closely with historic Germantown neighbors, and again, pleased that their development committee has worked very well with the project team, and we've gotten to a good project proposal here, and appreciate the neighborhood's input and would like to renew my motion. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell has moved passage of 2022-1232 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. All right, we move away from Councilmember O'Connell, at least for a little while. We'll go to Councilmembers Taylor and Syracuse. It's Bill 2022-1233. This is an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1146, which I believe is on third reading. It's a proposed historic landmark overlay district to include a portion of property located at 2208 Ellison Place, northern corner of Ellison Place and Louise Avenue. This is the proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the building. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to request to open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open on BL 2022-1233. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. A show of hands of those who are in opposition to this measure. Councilmember Taylor, I didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor moves for approval of BL 2022-1233, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. BL 2022-1233. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Parker, you're next. This is item number 18, BL 2022-1247, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1520 Jones Avenue. It's approximately 515 feet south of Joy Avenue. It's 0.18 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of that bill, BL 2022-1247. Anybody in favor? Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that bill. See nobody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. You're on your bill, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Parker moves for approval of BL 2022-1242 on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1247 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Item number 19 by Councilmember Pooley, BL 2022-1270. This is an ordinance amending section 17.12.030 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the calculation of required street setbacks for residential areas with an established development pattern. Councilmember Pooley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to defer 2 meetings.
All right, so Councilmember Pooley moves to defer. It'll be to the first meeting in August. Okay. Is that what you want? First meeting in August? Okay. All right. So that's the motion, is to defer to the first meeting in August, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer 2 meetings, which would be to the first meeting in August, say aye. Opposed, no. Deferral motion passes. Okay, we're on item number 20, Bill 2022-1271 by Councilmember Stiles. This is a disapproved bill. It's an ordinance amending section 17.20.030 of the Metropolitan Code, zoning regulations to establish a minimum depth for residential garages. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized. Well, I did recognize her. Okay. I'm going to move it a couple places down until she comes back in. We'll go on to Bill 2022-1285 by Councilmember Toombs. Oh. Let me go ahead and get yours, and then I'll wait until she gets back. We're on BL 2022-1285 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R8 to RM9A NS zoning for property located at 3113 Cliff Drive, southeast corner of Alpine Avenue and Cliff Drive. It's 0.55 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of 1285. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to 1285. Seeing no hands on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1285 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Item 21, BL 2022-1285 passes on second reading. Okay, let's go back to BL 2022-1271 by Councilmember Stiles. It's an ordinance amending section 17.20.03 of the Metropolitan Code to establish a minimum depth for residential garages. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer this till the second meeting in August.
Okay, so it would have to be to the first meeting in August. It's a public hearing. All right. So I'm going to go to Ms. Milligan because I'm checking on two things. One, it's going to have to be to the first meeting in a month so we can get the public hearing. Second of all, because it's a disapproved bill, if she's deferring, do we need to see the slides or wait on the slides? All right. So Councilmember Stiles, it has to be to the first meeting of the month so you can continue to have your public hearing.
Okay, then I would like to defer to the first meeting of August. May I make a brief comment?
Yeah, so let me get the motion squared away. So the motion is, we're not going to have the public hearing tonight. The motion is to defer the bill to the first meeting in August. Properly seconded. Back to you.
So I just wanted to explain this bill a little bit. There's confusion. So the reason why I brought this bill forth is that several homes I have discovered have been built and two cars do not fit inside them because staircases have been built inside. So the extra depth gives space for a staircase and a second car. So when this comes back, we'll be talking about the areas where this will apply and not apply. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Stiles. So the motion tonight is to not have the public hearing, but to defer this bill to the first meeting in August. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Here, hold on. Councilmember Hancock.
Did you want the committee report?
I don't think there is a committee report on this one.
Oh, right. I'm looking at another one from the sponsor. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem. All right. Any other discussion on this bill? Okay, we're on a motion to defer. All those in favor of the motion to defer to the first meeting in August say aye. Opposed, no. The deferral motion passes. All right, we are now on item 22, which can be taken with 23. We're back to Councilmember O'Connell. BL 2022-1286, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IR to SP zoning for property located at 3rd Avenue North, unnumbered, approximately 145 feet north of Van Buren Street. It's 0.33 acres, permit 5 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill 1287, that's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 3rd Avenue North, unnumbered, 145 feet north of Van Buren Street. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on those two bills. We're on 1286 and 1287. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody here in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? No? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of both 1286 and 1287 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1286 and 1287 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. We're on item number 24, and we can take that with 25. These are by Councilmember Parker. 1288, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from a CL and RS5 to SP zoning on properties located at 120, 121, 124, 125 Meridian Court, and 123 Marie Street, and a portion of property located at 1405, 1407, 1409A Dickerson Pike. It's approximately 500 feet east of Dickerson Pike, located within the detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. And 1289 is a companion bill. It's a proposed specific plan zoning district located at those same addresses, approximately 500 feet east of Dickerson Pike, 2.5 acres. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so we're on two bills, 1288 and 1289. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two bills. All right, see a bunch of hands. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two bills. Okay, so you do have opposition. All right, so for those in favor, if you would like to speak on this bill, if you'd come on and line up, and I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Okay, and when that red thing makes a lot of noise, that's when the 2 minutes are up, just to let you know. All right, name, address, and 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening, council members. My name is Scott Morton with Smith G Studio, address 602 Taylor Street in Germantown. We are the design consultants involved with this proposed redevelopment plan, and we greatly appreciate the neighborhood and the councilman's support throughout this process that we've been developing these plans. This site in particular is extremely unique in the sense that we had the opportunity to complete one of the major infrastructure goals of the Dickerson Pike South Corridor study with the creation of a new street with this redevelopment, which we're able to take a super block that is currently disconnected and with the redevelopment of the site, complete one of the objectives of the policy for the project. We've worked with the community on this project and its companion site, which is, I believe, item 28 and 29, over the course of the last year, and we are happy to report that we have worked through a lot of very specific commentary and concerns from adjacent residents related to site access, pedestrian connectivity, walkable and bikeable communities. And we also have, we're able to generate the support from the Neighborhood Association and its board president, Gordon Stacy Harmon. And we are happy to be able to develop this project in the area and complete the objectives per the Dickerson South policy area and providing housing and mixed-use development on this corridor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in favor of this measure? All right. Those who are in opposition, if you would come up. Good evening. I'll need your name, address, and then you got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay. My name is Deborah Grant Jarman. I live at 128 Meridian Court, and my concern is Meridian Court is a cul-de-sac / dead-end street, and I would like for the Meridian Court to stay just like it is, because we do have a Metro school bus that comes in and out of Meridian Court Monday through Friday, and they loop around, you know, to get in and out. And as long as the construction does not interfere with Meridian Court, then I'm okay with it. But I just want you all to keep in mind that Meridian Court needs to stay as a cul-de-sac or a dead-end street for the sake of the people that live there now and for the Metro school bus. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to speak on this bill? Or on the two bills? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Grant, for coming out. We've had several meetings about this this spot with the Neighborhood Association and the neighbors there on Meridian Court, and Scott Morton and his team. So the two sort of concerns that the neighbors had through the process, one was the density. We did end up sort of stepping that down a little bit to provide more transition into the established single-family part of the neighborhood. And then several neighbors, Ms. Grant and others, were concerned about having car through traffic connecting from Meridian Street to the new street. That has been removed from the plan. There is a bike and pedestrian sort of connector that'll have like bollards in it so that bikes and folks on foot can get through. So that was an important concession to the neighborhood concerns, and specifically to the ability of the buses to turn around that come through there to pick up the children. NDOT is not going to stamp off on anything that will not allow that bus route to continue. So we confirmed that at the planning meeting with one of the folks there, and NDOT will be reviewing the final plans, and they will have to give it their stamp of approval, which means that a bus will be able to still get in there and still service the cul-de-sac dead-end area that now has a pedestrian connection. So I am supportive of this. Like I said, we had a lot of back and forth. I think maybe not everybody's entirely happy with where we landed, but I think it's a good compromise. So I would move for approval.
All right, so we are on items 24 and 25. It's Bill 2022-1288 and 1289 for passage. Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of both these measures on second reading. Got a proper second. Any discussion on these two bills? Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I actually wanted to compliment Councilman Parker and also the design team and the neighbors who came up with the idea of the pedestrian connection there that limits some of the car connectivity. I've already tried to take your idea and use it in my area. I've been shot down once, but I'm coming back, and it's going to be stronger and better. But anyway, I appreciate that innovation because it's going to help, I think, in some other communities.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Parker, you may want to copyright that so that she can't spell it. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else wishing to speak on this bill? All right. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're on 2022-1288, 1289. All those in favor of passage of these on second reading on both bills say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Both these bills pass on second reading. All right, we're on BL 2022-1290 by Councilmember Taylor. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1712 Arthur Avenue. It's approximately 260 feet northwest of Jane Street. It's 0.17 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to defer this to the first meeting in November.
In November. Okay, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in November. All right, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in November. All right. We are on BL 2022-1291 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to RM20ANS for property located at 16 Willis Street. It's approximately 269 feet southwest of Baptist Rural Center Drive. It's 0.22 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on second reading of Bill 2022-1291, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1291 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. 1291 passes on second reading. Okay, we're on items number 28 and 29. We can take these together. These are by Councilmember Parker. 28 is Bill 2022-1292, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CL to SP zoning for a portion of properties located at 1405, 1407, 1409A Dickerson Pike, 200 feet north of Marie Street, within the Dickerson Pike sign urban overlay district, and Bill 2022-1293, the companion bill, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1405, 1407, 1409A Dickerson Pike, 200 feet north of Marie Street, within the Dickerson Pike sign urban overlay district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open on 1292 and 1293. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Councilmember Parker, anybody behind that wall that I can't see?
Not that I can see, Vice Mayor.
All right. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this one? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized on the two measures.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is adjacent to the Meridian Court development that we just discussed. This is a larger parcel. It's going to be quite a large number of apartments, so that's great. We need housing on Dickerson, multimodal corridor. So with that, I would ask for approval.
All right, Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of both 1292 and 1293 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two measures? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1292 and 1293 say aye. Opposed, no. 1292 and 1293 pass on second reading. Councilmember Taylor, you're next. You better go get Councilmember Taylor. All right. Oh, he's out in the hall. While we're waiting, Councilmember Toombs, I'll come to you. Bill 2022-1295, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1717C County Hospital Road, 325 feet south of Manchester Avenue, 0.3 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We're on Bill 2022-1295. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure. We're on 1295 by Councilmember Toombs. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of 1295 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1295 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Back to you, Councilmember Taylor. We're on item number 30. We're on BL 2022-1294, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1526 23rd Avenue North, 75 feet south of Formosa Street, within the Dadu Overlay District. It's 0.17 acres. Permit one attached two-family residential unit. Councilmember Taylor, you recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show a couple hands in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Okay. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. I see people walking around, but they're not coming to the microphone. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on the bill.
You move for approval.
Got a motion to approve 1294 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1294 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. 1294 passes on second reading. We are now on page 16 of my calendar. It's Bill 2022-1296 by Councilmember Parker. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 221 Lucille Street, approximately 290 feet west of Meridian Street. It's 0.16 acres. Councilmember Parker, I don't know if I pronounced that right, but you're recognized.
It is Loose Isle is actually how it's.
Loose Isle.
No, it's Lucille.
Councilmember Parker, you're no longer recognized. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You better hurry.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open on BL 2022-1296. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure. All right. Let me see a show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. I don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Don't see anybody moving forward. Declare the public hearing closed. You're on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of BL 2022-1296 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1296 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. It is adopted. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Back to you, Councilmember Taylor. This is BL 2022-1297, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning. Property located at 1521 16th Avenue North, located in the detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. It's approximately 120 feet north of Underwood Street. Is 0.23 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of 1297. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to 1297. All right, seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of BL 2022-1297 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of passage of Bill 2022-1297 on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We are on item number 34. This is BL 2022-1298 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1707 River Drive. It's approximately 235 feet southeast of River Court. It's 0.48 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, a couple hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
All right, the motion is to approve BL 2022-1298 for passage on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 35, which we can take with item number 36. This is Councilmember Parker. BL 2022-1299. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to CSNS zoning for properties located at 1218, 1224, 1236 Dickerson Pike, 5 Ligon Avenue, 1055 White Creek Pike, southwest corner of Ligon Avenue and Dickerson Pike, within the Dickerson Pike sign urban design overlay and the Skyline Redevelopment District, and partially located within a plan unit development overlay district. And BL 2022-1300, this is the ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a plan unit development located at 1055 White Creek Pike. It's 100 feet south of Ligon Avenue, zoned commercial services, and within the Dickerson Pike sign UDO, Skyline Redevelopment District. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing on 1299 and 1300. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. Okay, I see one hand. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Okay, you've got people on both sides. Excuse me. If those in favor wish to speak, if you'd come forward, go to the microphone and need your name, address, and then you got 2 minutes in which to speak. Anybody in favor wish to speak on this one? All right. Seeing nobody coming in favor to speak, those in opposition, if you'd like to speak, come on up. Anybody who wants to speak in opposition, come on up, and then I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name's Jeff Kendig. I own 27 Ligon Avenue, and I live at 1111 McGavick Pike in Nashville.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of most of the owners on the south and north side of Ligon Avenue. I spoke with Council Member Parker today. He actually called me back last minute, and I do appreciate that. One of our neighbors indicated she was not noticed. I get a lot of notices. If you live in East Nashville, you get a lot of notices. So, and I've dealt with this process several times, so I'm sure I was noticed. I just probably didn't pay close enough attention, if I'm being candid. We're asking for a deferral. We're not asking for, we just want to get more information about the proposed development. When I talked to Councilman Parker today, he did indicate that there was a neighborhood meeting. No one on Ligon got notice that there was a neighborhood meeting or was invited. So we're not sure if that was the Dickerson Pike Merchants Association or one of the neighborhood associations. I'm somewhat tied in with the Highland Heights Neighborhood Association, but I talked to the president of that association, and he was not aware of this either, which it doesn't really impact them. This proposed development, most of the properties on Ligon are 1 and 2 family. Well, on Ligon right now, it's all single family dwellings. The zoning calls for higher density, but they are all currently single family dwellings. This is a proposed density of, I think they're going from 8 to 12 stories. And it's not so much the height, but all of these units will be looking directly in the back of all the single family property. So there's significant privacy concerns. Also, the Skyline Redevelopment District specifically calls for compatibility when considering new development, so it has to go through the MDHA approval process. And this is significantly more dense than anything around it. I just got a metal hip. Maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. That's why I look like I do. So we just want to meet with the developers and discuss what they're planning on doing. All the owners adjacent to the project would just like an opportunity to review it and see what because we're asking to remove the PUD. And once the PUD's removed, it was approved before. And some of the property owners had indicated, I'm not sure what the PUD calls for, but some of the property owners indicated that when they bought it, they thought that wouldn't be redeveloped, or they thought they knew it could, but they knew the PUD would have to be removed. We just received documentation on this last week, and that's how we got some context of the density and scale of the project. I think they're actually going before the BZA, and they're asking for a height adjustment and a setback adjustment, so we'll be at the BZA trying to understand exactly what they want to do.
So I'll need to get you to kind of close up at this point.
Okay, well, phase 2 of the project is what we're really worried about. It's White's Creek, what we'd like to discuss with them, and it's not for 3 years. I mean, the developer himself, one of our individuals that I know is familiar with it, knows the developer, and he said that it's not going to happen for 3 years. So if it's not going to happen for 3 years, all we're asking for is a deferral. We're not even sure we totally oppose this. We just want to be able to provide feedback and have our input heard and really understand how this is going to impact our property. So thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on this one? All right, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Kindig, for coming out as always. This is kind of an unusual project and an unusual entitlement strategy that we used. Most of what the developer is hoping to achieve is actually going before the BZA Thursday. But they did agree to rezoning the entire property to CSNS, which is sort of a lateral move in terms of density, but I think it was important for having community support and buy-in. We did have a community meeting that the developer held at Goodwood, which is a It's a custom furniture shop right across the street from this area. And that was last week. I'm not sure what their noticing was for that, but I did get confirmation from planning staff that the planning hearing notices were sent out to these addresses. So we did get those mailed out. What I'd like to do today is go ahead and approve this on second. I'm going to ask the development team to meet between now and third reading with Jeff and the other neighbors on Ligon to satisfy their questions and their concerns. And then if that has not occurred by third reading, then I would expect we will all get an email from Mr. Kindig letting us know that that has not occurred, and we can adjust course as needed at that point.
All right, so the motion is to pass both 1299 and 1300 tonight on second reading. These things require 3 readings, so it's just this is the second reading. That's your motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to pass both 1299 and 1300 on second reading tonight? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of passage on second reading of 1299 and 1300, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We are on Councilmember Taylor's bill. It's BL 2022-1301. It's item number 37 on the agenda. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6 zoning. Property located at 1720 Cockrell Street. It's 145 feet east of Dr. D.B. Todd Jr. Boulevard. It's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Right, see a hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody here in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of 2022-1301. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2022-1301 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Councilmember Toombs, you're next. BL 2022-1302, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R8 to IWD, zoning for property located 439 Haney Avenue. It's 1195 feet north of Brick Church Pike. It's 0.19 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
I open up the public hearing. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing no hands on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I want to move approval on second and defer third reading to the first meeting in September.
Okay, so the motion is to approve tonight on second and move third reading to which meeting in September?
First meeting.
First meeting in September. Okay. Okay. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. BL 2022-1302 is passed on second reading tonight, and third reading will be on the first meeting in September. All right. The next bill up is Councilmember O'Connell. It's BL 2022-1303. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to MUNA zoning. Property located at 19 Key Street, approximately 208 feet south of Hermitage Avenue. It's 0.13 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. See nobody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Councilmember O'Connell moves approval of 1303 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2022-1303 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. I think Councilmember Hancock pulled that one through. All right, so that one passes on second reading. All right, we are on Bill 2022-1304 by Councilmember Hauser. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan for property located at 505 Old Hickory Boulevard. It's 580 feet north of Ridge Lake Parkway, zone SP 5.08 acres. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I move to have this deferred to the first meeting of August, please.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in August. Properly seconded. Any questions about the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion to the first meeting in August say aye. Opposed, no. This one is deferred to the first meeting in August. All right, we're on item number 41, BL 2022-1305 by Councilmember Van Rees, which we can take with 1306. 1305, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 3039 and 3041 Hillside Road. It's 660 feet south of Broadmoor Drive, 3.16 acres, permit 30 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill is item number 42, BL 2022-1306, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for 1305. It's a proposed specific plan zoning district located at 3039 and 3041 Hillside Road, 660 feet south of Broadmoor Drive. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized on both those bills.
Please open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open on both 1305 and 1306. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, a show of hands of those who are opposed to those two measures. All right, seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Van Rees, you're recognized on both those bills.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and move approval on passage on second and defer the third to the first meeting in August in anticipation of a clarifying amendment at that time.
Okay. All right. So the motion tonight is to pass both 1305 and 1306 for passage on second, defer third reading until the first meeting in August.
Correct.
All right. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. We are on BL 2022-1307 by Councilmember Lee, who is not here. Did anybody sign on to this particular bill for her? All right, so I'll read it. BL 2022-1307 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 from changing from AR2A to RS10 zoning for properties located at 4395 and 4421 Maxwell Road. Maxwell Road unnumbered, 990 feet east of Lake Maxwell Drive, 24.61 acres. This is Councilmember Lee's bill, just in case you're here. She is not here, so this one will be automatically deferred to the first meeting in August. Right? We are now on BL 2022-1308 by Councilmember Young. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to RM40 ANS zoning for property located at Gallatin Pike. Unnumbered is 555 feet north of 1 Mile Parkway, 7.34 acres. Councilmember Young, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. A couple hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to this measure. Don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. I see nobody moving forward. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Young, you're recognized on your bill.
Move approval.
Councilmember Young has moved approval of 2022-1308 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 1308 passes on second reading. We're on 1309, item number 45 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning for 1805 Haley Avenue, approximately 66 feet northeast of Doak Avenue. It's 0.3 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
All right. We are on 2022-1309. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. See some hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of Bill 2022-1309 for passes on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1309 for passes on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on second reading. Okay, we are now on Councilmember Gamble's bill. This is 1310 and 1311. The second one is the companion bill. 1310 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by Chamber RS 7.5 to SB zoning. Property located at Mulberry Down Circle and a portion of property located at Dickerson Pike, approximately 930 feet west of Dickerson Pike. 1311 is the companion bill that is required because it's requiring certain materials to restrict in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Taylor, have you got these bills? Oh, you signed on to these. Okay. All right. I was just going to pass them through. All right. So Councilmember Taylor has both these bills. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on 1310 and 1311.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. So we are on Bill 2022-1310 and 1311. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right. Thank you. A show of hands of those who are in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you. Without any opposition, I would like to move for approval.
All right. So we're on 1310 and 1311. Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of both for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1310 and 1311 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. We're on item number 48, which we can take with item number 49. These are by Councilmember Hancock. Bill 2022-1312, ordinance to amend Title 17 by Chamber RS 7.5 to SP zoning for property located at 1118 and 1120 Lawrence Avenue, approximately 356 feet east of Pierce Road. It's 2.03 acres, permitting up to 21 multifamily units. And 1313 is the companion bill, ordinance authorized building material restriction requirements for 1312. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1118 and 1120 Lawrence Avenue, approximately 356 feet east of Pierce Road. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to restrict in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Hancock, you recognize both those bills.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open on 1312 and 1313. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, I see a hand over there. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody here in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized on both those bills.
I'd just like to mention that this is in cohesion with our Nashville Next plan, and I would like to move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Hancock has moved approval of 1312 and 1313 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1312 and 1313 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. We're on item number 50 by Councilmember Toombs. Bill 2022-1314, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS 7.5 to R6A, zoning for property located at 409 Tony Road. It's approximately 733 feet north of White Street Pike, located in the Haynes Trinity Small Area Plan. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. See a hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody opposed. Would you like to speak to those in favor? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of Bill 2022-1314 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1314 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2022-1315 and 1316 can be taken together. Is that right, Councilmember Young? Hold on. Is that okay?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. It is quite okay.
It is quite okay. Thank you. All right. BL 2022-1315, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SCR and R6 to CS zoning on a portion of property located at Conference Drive, unnumbered corner of Conference Drive and Vietnam Veterans Boulevard North, 2.35 acres within a planned unit development. And BL 2022-1316 by Councilmember Young, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a planned unit development on property located at Conference Drive and the corner of Conference Drive and Vietnam Veterans Boulevard North, 2.35 acres, zone R6 and SCR. All of this for Councilmember Young. You're recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's open the public hearing.
All right, let's do it. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. Right? See a hand in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. All right. Would you like to speak? Those in favor? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Young, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I will move approval with just a brief comment that I sure hope Councilman O'Connell votes yes, as this is related to a mall property that in the past he has expressed interest in purchasing.
Oh, okay. Well, then he may have to not vote on this because he may have a conflict. BL 2022-1315 and 1360. There's a motion to move for passage, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized. Is this to abstain, or what is it?
Well, I thought seriously about abstaining. I did want to ask the sponsor if he got this particular shirt at Dillard's.
Councilmember Young, your name has been called.
Point of order, I did not call him by name.
Well, I don't care. Go ahead and tell us if you got it.
Rules, what are those?
Rules, I don't know.
I will not be endorsing any particular retail store unless it's located in District 10, which Dillard's is.
Councilmember Young, you didn't answer the question.
I've gotten good at being a councilman, can't you tell?
Yeah, that's very good. All right, so the motion is to approve both BL 2022-1315 and 1316 on second reading. It's been properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion to approve say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Both those bills pass. All right. We're on BL 2022-1317 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying contextual overlay district to various properties located east of Ellington Parkway, zoned RS5 and SP is 48.55 acres. Councilmember Parker, you recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. See a hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, we have opposition. All right, for those who are here in favor, if you'd like to come up and speak, I will need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Anybody in favor wishing to speak on this one, come on and line up, and then I'll go to those who are in opposition. Good evening. I need name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Blue Sanders, 301 Neal Avenue. In favor of contextual overlay and the DADU bill after it. We've been working a long time on getting our neighborhood the ability to do some different things in the neighborhood. And I think the most important thing we have to understand is that it's a neighborhood. It's not individual houses. I get the desire to not want to restrict your individual home, want to build the biggest home you can build. I live on the edge of the neighborhood right against RM20, which is a bit of a disaster for me. I've got massive 4 on a lot right across the street from me. They tower over me. I have zero privacy. There's nothing I can do about it, but there are things we can do about it with a contextual overlay. I think it's reasonable, and I support it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, those in opposition? Anybody wishing to speak in opposition, come on forward. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Kolaric, and I live at 928 Marina Street. I'm opposed to the contextual overlay because I feel that it unnecessarily restricts development by imposing restrictions on current property owners who have not opted into or agreed to these restrictions, essentially stripping them of their property rights without their consent. Also, the impact of these restrictions varies from neighbor to neighbor, which has the potential to produce arbitrary, unequal, and unjust results. And this in turn could transform the character of the neighborhood rather than preserve it at the expense of some, but to the benefit of others, and all based on the luck of the draw of where you are located within the neighborhood block and who your neighbors are on either side. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'd like to provide just a little bit of context here. So this contextual overlay is sort of paired with a data overlay for the neighborhood. We've talked since before my term began in this neighborhood about sort of these competing tensions of wanting a little more ability to utilize your property, to be able to generate more income, et cetera, and the tensions of, wanting to preserve the parts of the neighborhood that are not under a historic overlay. And this contextual overlay is not as restrictive as the historic overlay on the other half of the neighborhood. But this approach, we came up with sort of running these two things in tandem, the data overlay and the contextual overlay, to sort of do a little bit of something for everyone. And I think we've reached a lot of, not complete consensus, about that approach, but there is a lot of support for it in the neighborhood. I don't think anyone came to the Planning Commission hearing because we've had a lot of meetings within the neighborhood about this. But I do hear the individual concern there about the specific property that Ms. Clark was speaking about. So I'm currently going back and forth with their architect and zoning staff to find out exactly what the impact would be for their lot and their sort of planned improvements to their property in the near future. So I'm going to make sure to get a clear answer to them before we move forward on third. But I would like to go ahead and approve the contextual overlay on second reading this evening.
All right, so the motion is to approve Bill 2022-1317 tonight on second reading, correct? Properly seconded. Any discussion on Councilmember Parker's motion to go ahead and approve? All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. BL 2022-1317 for passage on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. All right, we are on BL 2022-1318 and 1319. We can take those two together. These are by Councilmember Hager. 1318, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to SP zoning for a portion of property located at 1102 Robinson Road, approximately 500 feet east of Anita Drive, 4.49 acres, permit 40 multi-family units, and 1319 is a companion bill. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1102 Robinson Road, 500 feet east of Anita Drive. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can I open the public hearing, please?
Going to open the public hearing. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right. See some hands in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized on your bill.
Move for passage, please.
Councilmember Hager has moved for passage of 1318 and 1319 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1318, 1319 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass. right, we are now on BL 2022-1320 by Councilmember Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 from changing from CN R15 and R20 to SP zoning for property located at Pleasant Hill Road, approximately 970 feet east of Bell Road. Is 5.25 acres. Councilmember Bradford, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2022-1320. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, series of hands in the back. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized on your bill.
All right, I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, the motion is to approve 1320, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this project. It's going to be one of the first new businesses moving into the district. I'm also excited about the fact that it's a LGBTQ owned and operated business. So I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I'm excited about the enthusiasm the owner has about coming to the area and helping be a part of the area and being a part of community cleanups and just being a positive influence in the community. So with that, I'm renew my motion for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Bradford has moved approval of BL 2022-1320 for passage on second reading. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? All those in favor of 1320 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 57 by Councilmember Withers, BL 2022-1321. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS and IR to SP zoning. Property is located at 501 and 515 Crutcher Street, northeast corner of Crutcher Street and South 5th Street, 6.82 acres. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2022-1321. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I saw half a hand in favor, I think, in the back. I see no hands in opposition. Anybody wishing to speak on this one? All right, seeing none. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to leave the public hearing closed on this, but to defer second reading to the first meeting in August with a brief comment.
All right, so the motion is to defer second reading, not to vote tonight, but to defer second reading to the first meeting in August. Okay, that's the motion, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. This property is a mulch yard property at 5th and Crutcher that has been there for a long time. I appreciate the property owner's patience with myself and Metro Planning. The property owner had wanted to move it to mixed uses, which I generally support for that area, and obviously the plan supports it, but we have requested deferrals quite a few times while Metro Planning and Metro Departments have been looking at the infrastructure requirements that we're going to need for the East Bank planning study. And so for this one, heard nothing but great things from the community. Due to a little bit of a mix-up, for a lot of these SPs, we do have a companion ordinance that takes that handles the materials restrictions. When this one was filed, we did not also file the materials one, so that one is following close behind it. So there will be a second opportunity, I guess, at a public hearing on the companion item next month. We just want all of them to track together so that everything will pass together in tandem at the second meeting in August. So with that, I'll renew my motion for a deferral of second reading to the first meeting in August.
All right, so you've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. First meeting in August is when you'll take it up on second reading. Item number 58 by Councilmember Parker, BL 2022-1322, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district to various properties located west of Gallatin Avenue, east of Ellington Parkway, zone RS5 at 75.01 acres. Councilmember Parker, as he runs back to his desk.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. I see one hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, would you like to speak? Those in favor? Contemplating. This is his chance to be on television. Here he comes.
Not here all night. Might as well.
Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi, it's Blue Sanders again, 301 Neil. This is the one that I'm most excited about. I looked at my old messages with Leslie Boone, our sort of neighborhood leader, and there was a message from 2016 when we first started talking about this legislation, and that was probably Scott Davis's time. Everybody around us can do whatever the people right next to me can do whatever they want in RM20. Cleveland Park can build dadoos. There's dadoos everywhere. We need them. We could use the density. I think it's a great idea for our neighborhood. I support it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As Mr. Sanders said, this is sort of the companion bill to the contextual overlay, the approach that we came up with for the neighborhood. So I would just ask that we go ahead and move this for approval.
All right, so the motion is to approve 1322 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1322 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Passes on second reading. The next one is by Councilmember Sledge. Did anybody sign on to this bill? Oh, Councilmember Welsh. Okay, we're on Bill 2022-1323, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 2251 Winford Avenue and 802 Longview Avenue, approximately 92 feet north of Eugenia Avenue. It's 0.72 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Right, some hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve.
All right, Councilmember Welsh has moved to approve Bill 2022-1323 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1323 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 60, Bill 2022-1324 by Councilmember Nash. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from AR2A to RS10 zoning. Property located at 219 Tusculum Road, approximately 440 feet west of Old Tusculum Road, 3.3 acres. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Please open the public hearing.
I would be pleased to. I declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Nobody in opposition? Would you like to speak in favor? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Nash moves for approval of Bill 2022-1324 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to congratulate the gentleman from District 27 on his first item at public hearing for rezoning.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell.
I have no comment. Thank you. All right, so Councilmember Nash has moved approval of 1324 for passage. Councilmember O'Connell seconds that motion. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1324 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we're on Bill 2022-1325 by Councilmember Van Rees. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and IWD to MUGA zoning for property located at 625 Gallatin Pike, approximately 970 feet south of Nesbitt Lane. It's 3.05 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Let's open the public hearing.
All right, let's do it. Open the public hearing. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, would you like to speak in favor? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. This is not my first rezoning, but it is something that brings more housing to Gallatin Pike, and with that, I move approval.
All right, Councilmember Van Rees has moved approval of 1325 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1325 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. 1325 passes. BL 2022-1326 by Councilmember Benedict. This one is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to R10 zoning. Property is located at 1300, 1304, 1306, 1312, 1316, 1320 Cardinal Avenue, 1315 and 1315B Greenland Avenue, approximately 160 feet west of Kennedy Avenue. It's 1.74 acres. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open our committee reports, please.
No committee reports. You're ready to go.
All right. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, seeing none, a show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I see nobody here. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
All right, Councilmember Benedict has moved approval of BL 2022-1326 for passes on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2022-1326 for passes on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. That bill passes. And the last bill on bills on public hearing, this is BL 2022-1327 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R to MUNA NS zoning for property located at 1312 3rd Avenue North, approximately 220 feet north of Monroe Street, 0.26 acres within the Germantown Historic Preservation District and the Phillips Jackson Street Redevelopment District. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. See nobody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with brief comment.
All right. The motion is to approve. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. Once again, you can see this one is in the Germantown Historic Preservation District, and the neighborhood worked closely with the project team to make sure this was something that would be reasonable within that historic area. So with that, I'd like to renew my motion.
All right. So the motion is to approve. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. That completes 63 bills on public hearing and resolutions. All right. Councilmember Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move up. Please forgive me. I'm pulling up my item number here.
That's okay. I believe Councilmember Porterfield would like to move up item number 89.
Yes, item number 89. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor.
All right, so there is a request by Councilmember Porterfield to move to the front of the consent calendar, RS 2022-1635. We have a lot of people still here in the back, and we obviously have still a full calendar. She'd like to go ahead and move it up to the front. Is there objection to moving it up to the front so we can go ahead and talk about it? Any objection? All right, seeing none, we are now on RS 2022-1635. This is a resolution sponsored by council members Porterfield, Sepulveda, Mendez, Benedict, a host of other council members. A resolution opposing the decision of the Supreme Court of the United States in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which overturned Roe versus Wade. Councilmember Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can I get committee reports, please?
Rules Committee, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. We had 4 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm asking my colleagues to support this resolution. There's been a lot of conversation about this and about what it does and what it does not do. And one thing that's really important is that we send a strong message to the people of Nashville that we are in support of an individual's reproductive rights. These are private decisions that should be made by individuals in tandem with their healthcare providers, And we just want to do everything that we can to make sure that there's no harassment of any individual that chooses to explore any reproductive rights options that they may have, which would include ensuring that MMPD makes this their lowest priority. We know that, we're understaffed when it comes to police officers in the city, and they're doing the best that they can. They should not waste any time investigating any allegations of abortions. We also know that we don't want anyone to have any housing discrimination against them. So this is asking that MDHA comes up with rules to ensure that there's no housing discrimination against anyone based on their reproductive choices. Also asking HR to make sure that there's an ordinance that there is no discrimination with regards to employment based on someone's reproductive choices. And to my colleagues on council, I know that, some people have different thoughts and feelings about this type of legislation. But again, this is just sending a strong message that we want to make sure that Nashville is a safe place for everyone here. We want to make sure that people have their own options and choices. It should not be the business of our city to mind what's happening in another person's uterus. We should not be controlling that. And, there are individuals who may be a little bit on the fence because they may, believe that they are pro-life and they feel as though this could be a little controversial to their beliefs. But what we know is that true belief in pro-life is making sure we're funding education and making sure that people have access to jobs and making sure that people can live in this city. Like, this is not anything to do with being pro-life. This is about being pro-controlling individuals who have or had a uterus. So with that, I'm asking my colleagues to please support this.
All right, thank you, council member. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to stand in support of my colleagues' legislation. And I would ask all of y'all to think about a couple of things and remember certain things. To remember that the people that will be most effective are women of color and people of color, that people will be forced to give birth to their rapist child, that people with the ectopic pregnancy and other complications may die. And like we just saw in Ohio recently, children will be forced to give birth to children. In some South American countries, like El Salvador being one of them, there are hundreds of women that are currently imprisoned, and some of them have been imprisoned for miscarriages. And that shouldn't be happening here. And none of us are free until we all are free. And so we need to take care of our people, and we need to take care of our Metro employees, and we need to take care of the people here in Nashville who it's going to affect, because this could be your family member. This could be me. And doing nothing is not an option. So I would ask all of you to think and think hard. Would you want this to happen to your daughter, to your child, to your neighbor? This affects all of us. I would ask you all to vote in favor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Saguaro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. When the decision was made, I posted a story on my social media about a Dr. Goldbert's Ayat that had an abortion in a trimester of a pregnancy. The child she was carrying was brain dead, and doctors said that the child had no chance of surviving if she should actually have the child. What was very poignant about her story was that when she wrote it, she said, "We consulted our doctors, we prayed about it, and then we made a decision for our child." Oftentimes when people start talking abortion and things like that, they made it a faith issue. And I think we're transgressing. There should be a separation of state and church. But I also think that the decision about what somebody does should be left to them, their doctors, and their priests on whatever decision they need to make. It should not be the state's place to be able to tell people what they need to do or not do with their body and with their decision. No woman wakes up and said, I'm going to kill my child. Even the ones that did, there's so many stories that we don't know about. And so I think to have a blanket issue that covers everybody and just assume that everybody's just killing their baby, I think is very wrong, and I think it's inappropriate, and I think we need to leave the decisions to the woman to choose what is best for her, with her family, with a doctor, with a priest, with her mind, with whatever she needs to make the decision. But it has to be a decision, and it should only be a decision only. And with that, I stand in support of this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
I personally believe that abortions should be legal with reasonable restrictions, that from public surveys that have been done, there is a consensus, I think, about around the country about what would be reasonable to limit abortion. And I think it should be safe, but it should also be rare. That said, I don't believe there's anything in this particular legislation that does that. We've raised an issue about the police department and about HR and some discrimination. Those things aren't happening, and they won't prevent or allow or ease this abortion restriction. I truly believe that the people who proposed this meant it with all the best of intentions of kind of assuaging, calming some of the fears and anxieties, but in fact, it really does not solve the issue. It's an issue of going up, and I believe that truly there are complications that women can go through and their babies can go through that require an abortion, very possibly to save the life of the mother or keep the baby from being severely injured. But again, and that decision should be made between the woman and the doctor and whatever their faith may be. So that said, I have to abstain on this one, and I hope that as we move forward, we can find ways. This really has been thrown back to the states, the people down at the other end of the street, that we need to be talking to make sure we've got this settled right now that the Supreme Court has spoken. And whether we like that decision or not, they've made it, and we've got to find a way to make sure that we are addressing this in a responsible manner. And it's not here, it's down the street.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To my colleague who just spoke, I have a number of thoughts, and I'm going to focus on what I was going to say before, with one exception, which is that this resolution stands, this is what helps the community, the public, our employees know that, yes, whatever happens down at the other end of the street may happen, and that is state law. But here, as a city, as the governing body of this city, we stand with you, and we stand ready to protect your life so that you can make decisions that are the right decisions for you and your family and your body, and nobody else can make those decisions for you. They might say down at the other end of this street that we can't do that, but I need my constituents and I need this city to know that I'm standing with them arm in arm to make sure that, like the 3 women who I have escorted in my life to have an abortion, that they know that they can safely ride in the car with me and that I will be there for them by their side as best I can. I will drive them home and make sure that they have the health care, the aftercare that they need. This is not the 3 women of whom I speak. This was one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult decision of their lives. I'm grateful to have been by their side, and I hope that they felt supported by that. But they live with that for the rest of their lives. They're still living with that. They have the right to make that decision, though it was their body with their doctor, and it's not any government's job to step in and make a decision that is not what that woman might want, not what that family might want. with that, I am a co-sponsor of this bill proudly, and I appreciate the sponsors for bringing it to the floor. There is a group in the back of the room who shared this with me. It is, as of today, 686 signatures from the community who are calling on this body to pass this resolution. I'd like to put this into the record, and with that, I hope that everybody on this body, if you feel the need to abstain, that's what you have to do for your conscience. I will tell you that I will stand with these 3 women who I know, and I will stand with any other woman who wants to make any decision for themselves. It's not my place to tell them what they should do with their body. It's not your place, and it sure as heck is not this government's place, nor the state's, nor the federal government's place. You have the right, and I honor and respect and will support you however you want to legally take care of your body, whether that requires getting out of the state, whatever we have to do. I'm with you, and we will make sure that you are kept whole and made. I'm with you. You're safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. And if you could, you can either give it to the Sergeant Arms or you can bring it to the clerk's office, right here. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. As a woman who has had an abortion, I know how important it is to have full bodily autonomy and the ability to make my own reproductive health decisions. I know that my life would not be where it is today, and I would not have accomplished what I have accomplished in my life, and I would not have the beautiful family that I have in my life if I had not been able to make that decision at that point in time in my life when it was the only decision that was right for me. I will not consent to illegitimate power wielded by a Christo-fascist court, which is refusing to acknowledge the humanity of the people of this country. Women's rights are human rights. LGBT rights are human rights. All of these rights are all strung up together, and when we give away one right, we give away all rights ultimately, and I will not do it. I will not see my daughter have fewer rights than me as she grows up and makes decisions as she moves forward in her life, and no one else should either. And to respond to my colleague who spoke earlier about the Supreme Court, yes, they made this decision, but nothing in the Constitution says I have to follow that decision. That rhetorical sword swings both ways, and I will not consent, and I hope that none of my colleagues ever will, and I ask you all to support this so we show everyone here in this city and this state that we stand up for all human rights always. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosenberg next, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that it's none of my damn business, and the least anybody in this room can do is stand with the amazing women that have spoken so far, and I yield the rest of my time to the sponsor.
Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to address a few things. Like, I don't want us to derail this conversation. There was a conversation that was brought to me earlier that said, we're not doing anything to change whether or not abortion is legal in Tennessee. That's not the intent of this legislation. We all know that we cannot overturn what the state did. The intent of this legislation is to offer protection for the individuals in Nashville, the people that we have the authority to offer this level of protection to. So to any women, trans men, non-binary individuals who have a uterus or who had a uterus, we want to make sure that there is no discrimination against them. Nowhere in this legislation does it say that we are overturning abortion. We know that we don't have the authority to do that, not yet. But we're going to fight this at every level of government because we have to make sure that we are protecting the people of Nashville. So with that, I renew my motion and ask my colleagues to support this resolution.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sepulveda.
All right, thank you. I'm going to be pretty brief. I've said this before on past legislation. What are we doing here if we're not going to try and make change, if we're not going to push back against the state and the federal government? What is the point of us running, getting elected, having volunteers, working hours and hours where we only sleep 3, 4, 5 hours a night because we have a day job and we have counsel. We are passionate about this work, and we need to understand that this is tangible. This is tangible solutions. The DA's office saying that they were going to make this not a priority, that's tangible. MMPD saying that they weren't going to make this a priority, that's tangible. HR not making sure that we don't discriminate against people who have had an abortion or are going to have an abortion, that's tangible. That is doing something, and we have to do something. We didn't come here to accept everything that is given to us. We don't sit here and agree with everything the administration says or agree with everything the state says or agree with everything a colleague says. We have to push back, and we have to realize that some of these boundaries are imaginary, and we got to do better. We can't afford not to. So I would also ask you to support this.
Okay. Thank you, council member. All right. Anybody else wants to speak on the resolution? All right. Seeing none, we are ready to vote. I know we have one abstention. We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of passage of Resolution RS 2022-1635 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? 1. All right. So pursuant to the rules, I can do it that way. Councilmember Nash will be listed as abstaining. The vote passes unanimously with 1 abstention. All right. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to also ask to bring item 89 plus, which is RS 2022, maybe 1636, a late filed resolution on this same topic, so that we can also discuss it while folks in the back.
Okay, so this is a late file resolution. What she's named it 89 plus. So we have a couple of 89 pluses. This is one of those. This is a late file resolution. Let me read the caption, and then we'll figure out what the Rules Committee did. It's a resolution requesting that the Metropolitan Employee Benefit Board assess the current availability of benefits providing transportation, accommodation, and related costs when necessary to obtain medical treatment unavailable in Tennessee, and to extend such coverage if not currently provided. This is a late file resolution. Councilmember Allen, did you all go to the Rules Committee?
I was represented at the Rules Committee.
You were represented at the Rules Committee. Councilmember Murphy, what was the report from the Rules Committee?
We are perfectly all right with the suspension of the rules. And as to the content of the resolution, we supported it 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so you got the committee report. Councilmember Allen, you need to suspend the rules to get this.
Thanks. I will need to ask for suspension of the rules, please.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved to suspend the rules to get this late file resolution before this body tonight. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? All right, I have 2 hands up, so the rules are not suspended, so we'll have to take it up at the next meeting. Okay? Thank you. All right, we will now go to, we are now back on resolutions and resolutions on the consent calendar. All right, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, we didn't see who, in the back, we couldn't see who opposed the suspension of the rules so that this could be heard. Could you let us know for the record?
So it was Councilmember Swope and Councilmember Hancock. There were 2 hands up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. We are on consent resolutions and resolutions. Let me go through those items that are on the consent agenda. Okay. It is RS 2022-1610 is on consent. 1612 is on consent. 1614 is on consent. 1615 is on consent. 1616 on consent. 1617 on consent. 1618 is on consent. 1619 is on consent. 1620 is on consent. 1621 is on consent. 1622 is on consent. 1623 is on consent. 1624 on consent. 1625 on consent. 1626 on consent. 1627 on consent, 1628 on consent, 1630 on consent, 1631 on consent, and 1632 is on consent. Anything else needs to be bumped off of the consent calendar? Any of those? All right. All right. I'm going to read through those items on the consent resolution agenda. The first one up is RS 2022-610. It's item 64. Allen, Evans, Bradford, and others. A resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to the Metropolitan Government through the Davidson County Sheriff's Office to provide litter pickup and litter prevention education within Davidson County. RS 2022-1612. Pulling Virtue. A resolution approving the election of certain notary public for Davidson County. Item number 68. RS 2022-1614 by Allen, Withers, and Evans. Resolution approving an agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the Metropolitan Nashville Airport Authority for use of the property commonly known as the John C. Toon Airport for storage of aircraft, aeronautical equipment, and other related materials for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. RS 2022-1615 by Allen and Hancock. Resolution accepting a grant for the Nashville Prevention Partnership to the Metropolitan Government through the Beer Board to administer programs and activities to support adherence to enforcement of underage drinking laws. Item number 70, RS 2022-1616, Allen, Evans, and Young. Resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the Emergency Communications District for Nashville and Davidson County and the Metropolitan Government for the provision of services and reimbursement of costs pertaining to enhanced 911 services. RS 2022-1617 by Allen, Bradford, Welsh, and Hancock. Resolution approving an application for a Project Diabetes grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Farmers Market to create food and beverage environments that ensure healthy food and beverage options are an easy choice. Bless you. RS 2022-1618 by Councilmember Allen, Evans, Welsh, and Stiles. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Family Safety to fund staffing positions to help manage the multidisciplinary needs of its clients. Item number 73, RS 2022-1619, Allen, Evans, and Hancock. Resolution accepting a grant for the Nashville Kennel Club to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Fire Department for the purchase of canine oxygen masks for each fire engine and ambulance in Davidson County. RS 2022-1620 by Allen, Evans, and Stiles. Resolution approving the First Amendment to an agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Zoll Medical Corporation to provide cardiac monitors, automated external defibrillators, accessories, and the performance of preventative maintenance and repairs for the Nashville Fire Department. Item number 75, RS 2022-1621, Allen, Evans, and Hancock. Resolution approving an application for a port security grant for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Emergency Management to improve the detection, deterrence, prevention, and response to hazards in the Port of Nashville by providing a multi-use, multi-hazard watercraft for critical infrastructure water patrols. RS 2022-1622 by Allen and Evans. Resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for a temporary rehab tent system for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. RS 2022-1623, Allen, Evans, and Welsh. Resolution approving a contract for services by and between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Board of Health and Vanderbilt University Medical Center's Pediatric Primary Care Clinic to communicate with individuals and families to increase WIC program benefits, to increase WIC program participation. RS 2022-1624, Allen, Evans, Welsh, and Hancock. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Board of Health and the Tennessee Department of Health to provide for administering environmental health programs. RS 2022-1625, Allen, Bradford, and Welsh. Resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee State Library and Archives to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Public Library to target library materials to persons having difficulty using a library, provide special services to children and young people, and promote general education support services. RS 2022-1626 by Allen, Withers, Young, and Stiles. Resolution accepting a federal COVID relief funds for transportation improvements grant, approving an intergovernmental agreement between TDOT to the Metropolitan Government through NDOT and multimodal infrastructure for the acceptance of work in connection with the construction, pedestrian safety, and multimodal intersection improvements at various locations. RS 2022-1627 by Allen, Young, and Stiles. Resolution accepting a congestion management air quality improvement grant through an intergovernmental agreement between TDOT to NDOT and for the acceptance of work to implement a traffic management center. RS 2022-1628, Allen and Hancock. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and New Origin Systems for service, maintenance, and upgrades associated with Metro's right-of-way project collaboration application. RS 2022-1630 by Councilmember Allen. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle personal injury claim of Sandra Marshall against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $28,000, said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund, RS 2022-1631 by Allen Young, Bradford, Welsh, and Hancock. Resolution accepting a grant through from the Recycling Partnership, Inc. to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewerage Services Waste Division for the support of Metro's recycling program to the provision of technical support for strategic planning, program assessment, program implementation, recycling education, and outreach. RS 2022-1632 by Councilmember Bradford, Murphy, Van Rees, and a host of council members. A resolution recognizing the retirement of Metro Nashville Public Library Director Kent Oliver. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Anything that needs to be bumped off that consent calendar? All right, need committee reports. Councilmember Allen, you're first up, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered a bunch of bills and recommended them all for approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. And those are RS 2022-1610, 1614, 1615, 1616, 1617, 1618, 1619, 1620, 1621, 1622, 1623, 1624, 1625, 1626, 1627, 1628, 1630, and 1631.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hancock, Government Operations.
Government Operations did not achieve as high as Council Lady Allen. We only considered 2 resolutions. RS 1615 and 1628, voted 8 in favor, 0 against to approve both.
All right, Councilmember Withers, you're recognized for Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met, and we considered resolutions RS 2022, 1614, and 1626, and we recommended approval of both of those, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford, you've got 2.
Public facilities, we heard RS 2022-1617 and 1625. We approved both, 8 in favor, none against.
All right. Councilmember Evans, Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered the following: 8 in favor, 0 against. RS 2022-1610, 1614, 1616, 1618, 1619, 1620, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
All right. Councilmember Murphy, Rules Committee.
Yes, we, on 2020-1333, we were 5 in favor, 0 against.
I think I need some more from you. 1612. Which one did you say? This is for consent agenda. I've got, wait a minute, let me see.
I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Resolutions. I'm sorry. 1612 was 5 in favor, 0 against. 1632 was 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Okay. That's good. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Young. Transportation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And you know, Councilmember Murphy's been here a while. I thought she would kind of know what she's doing, but maybe not. The transportation.
Councilmember Murphy, I'll come back to you. Councilmember Young.
The Transportation Infrastructure Committee recommended RS 2022-1616, 1626, 1627, and 1631. 6 in favor, 0 against. And I will move approval of the consent agenda with, I'm sure, a brief comment from Councilmember Murphy.
So I've got a motion to approve the resolution consent agenda by Councilmember Young. It's seconded by Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Murphy, any comments?
Yes, I would like to apologize for being a little bit off of my game just then. I was so disgusted and thrown off by the objections to the suspension of the rules earlier that the Rules Committee had considered and had no problem with, that I was off my game. So I apologize to the council.
That's okay. I thought you were just talking to Councilmember Pulley. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. All right. So I've got a motion to approve the resolution consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution consent agenda passes. Let's go back to resolutions that were not on consent. All right, so I'm on item number 65. That's RS 2022-1611 by council members Allen and Welsh. It's a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a VOCA grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration, Office of Criminal Justice Programs, to Metropolitan Government through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to fund the Wrapping Around Families for Success program. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Am I the only committee report? Yes.
Yeah.
Great, so I will give it. This was withdrawn because it's going to be replaced by a later bill that will come
All right,
later.
so Councilmember Allen withdraws RS, excuse me, RS 2022-1611. That's withdrawn. We're on item number 67, RS 2022-1613, also by Councilmember Allen. It's a resolution appropriating the amount of $22,255,800 from the General Fund Reserve Fund for the purchase of equipment and building repairs for various departments of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on RS 2022-1613.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. After a lot of discussion, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
All right, and just need a motion to approve.
And I make a motion to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved approval of RS 2022-1613, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. Vice Mayor, I want to just follow up on the discussion from Budget and Finance because the administration got back to me with some additional information after that. I had an amendment in the package, which I'm not going to move for a vote tonight, but it related to a reference that was confusing in an information sheet for the police department that talked about license plate readers. And the clarification I got from the administration after the meeting and confirmed by the police department at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting is that there is no way under Metro law for the city to acquire the actual license plate reading technology without further council approval, subject to after a public hearing. And the police department confirmed that during Budget and Finance, but the administration needed to check into it. And we should have all in our email inboxes a copy of an email that Ms. Kristen Wilson sent to me after the committee meeting was over, confirming that the administration agrees that any demonstration project would require a public hearing followed by further council approval. So with that confirmed, I just wanted to give that update, and I am not going to move the amendment, which relates to so that will, the net would be that money can be appropriated, but no actual technology can be purchased without further council approval after a public hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Mendez. Anybody else on RS 2022-1613? All right, I've got a motion to approve, again, a proper second. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1613 for passage, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Next item on resolutions is item number 83, RS 2022-1629 by Councilmember O'Connell, Allen, and Young. It's a resolution supporting the artwork and project Athens of the South, which will be placed on the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation's I-40 noise barrier located along Carroll Street, approving a license agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, I've got Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval as substituted, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and the man wearing the Dillard shirt, Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. There was a substitute. It was recommended 8 in favor, 0 against, and the bill as substitute, it was recommended 8 in favor and 0 against, so Councilman O'Connell can build his wall.
All right. All right. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. The substitute is just a clarification about the fact that it is not yet a license agreement, so it just has some clarifying language, and it is basically a housekeeping substitute.
All right. You've heard an explanation of the substitute. Councilmember O'Connell has moved it. It properly seconded. Any discussions on the substitute? Hearing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. substitutes on. You're on your resolution as substituted. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill as substituted with a brief comment.
All right, so it's a resolution as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. Just like to note that Dillard's does sell men's suits and renew my motion to approve.
All right, you've heard the explanation of the suits and resolution RS 2022-1629. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the resolution? Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had questions about the maintenance of the project because I know that I've been involved with such projects before, and it's often left to the community to make sure that these projects are maintained. And there is no specific language that has been identified by the Nashville Department of Transportation. When we spoke about it in the meeting, Ms. Arlecon did say that they were going to, that they would do it, they would take care of it, but it doesn't really address anything substantive because, as we know, people come and go, and they don't have anyone specifically or any legal things in place, excuse me, to ensure that such projects will be taken care of. So I'm not sure if the sponsor would be willing to defer this for us to get something in writing so there can be cross-the-board language used, or if he would rather we pass it and then come back with some type of amendment.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think in this case, knowing how hard the community has worked to get to this point and their comfort with this and the fact that it's a TDOT resource at the end of the day, I'm comfortable moving forward with it. I'm happy to collaborate with Councilmember Hurt to come up with a more systemic approach going forward, but I know this is something the community wanted to do.
Councilmember Hurt.
Would it come back as an amendment, considering this is first reading? Could we have something more solid?
So this is a resolution.
It is a resolution.
I'm going to go to the council director. Any indications of what she could bring if she was interested in this?
Since it's a resolution and it'll be either approved, I think approved, there's a motion for approval right now, so that would either need to be voted up or down. To amend it at a later date, you would need to have a conversation with the parties to the agreement. I can stop.
That's it. You can't answer anymore. Ms. Harvey.
You would need to have a conversation with the parties to the agreement to see if they were willing to amend the agreement to add the maintenance language.
Okay, so if we find that there's been inconsistency with other communities where they have not allowed progress to move forward because there was not a maintenance agreement in place, then how do you address that? Because there seems like there's a precedence already set for there to be maintenance agreements in place.
Either the parties to the agreement would have to come to some sort of agreement about the maintenance, and that could be an amendment at a later date, or this resolution could either be deferred in order to have that discussion, but the other options for the vote on this particular resolution are either to vote for approval, vote disapproval, or vote to defer for what you're asking for.
Okay. Well, considering that I know that most people probably will vote for it and they have no problems with it, but you know what? I'm going to move for a deferral anyway because I think it's the right thing to do.
All right, so Councilmember Hurt moves for deferral. You want one meeting?
Yes, please.
All right, so Councilmember Hurt has moved to defer RS 2022-1629 as substituted for one meeting, properly seconded. Let me go to Councilmember O'Connell. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to encourage colleagues to oppose the one meeting deferral. Just to be clear, this is an application for a state license. This is not about NDOT maintaining things or anything like that. Frankly, this is a TDOT asset that the Claiborne Family of Faith Worship Center has applied for a state license to be able to decorate, and I really do not want to interrupt their plans. So would really encourage colleagues to oppose the deferral and allow this community to move forward with just to beautify some state infrastructure.
All right, Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate the effort that's gone into that, and I also appreciate Councilmember Hurt's concern with maintenance of art, because my neighborhood has gone through that with Metro Parks on some art, and we have made some progress with the Arts Commission and with Parks on coming up with that process, and I will commit to working with NDOT on figuring out a more consistent and better process to make sure that that's in place so that we can have that assurance and that we can come back and make that change to the agreement if that's the legal option to do that, because I think that really is important to ensure that it doesn't fall on a group that disbands, as you pointed out, or that something falls into disrepair just because it's not clear who needs to keep up with it. So I appreciate that being raised as an important issue, but I understand the matching grants and timing and things like that, and would hate for that to knock this community project off. If there's a way that we can ensure that maintenance agreement is worked out later, and I'll commit to working with NDOT on trying to support Councilmember Hurt and making sure that gets done as well.
I'm going to go back to Councilmember Hurt. You're recognized.
Well, I didn't see that a grant was tied to it and associated, and it just said a resolution supporting the artwork and project.
That's what the substitute.
Okay, the substitute is for a grant application.
It's an application.
Let me go to the director, Ms. Darby.
It's an application for a license agreement to get the right to put the artwork on the infrastructure wall.
License agreement. I thought it was a grant.
It's an application for a license to do that, to do the artwork.
Mr. President.
Okay. Usually when I hear grant, I'm thinking about money, not an application to get license. I'm just trying to understand, because we have a Gateway to Heritage, and Meharry Medical College and Tennessee State University and the Jefferson Street United Merchants Partnership was unable to get an $800,000 grant from TDOT without a maintenance agreement. And they have been tied to this maintenance agreement since 2012, and they have been spending tens of thousands of dollars each year maintaining the Gateway to Heritage. And I think if there's going to be consistency in the things that we do, it should be on every level with every community. And that's the concern that I have, not particularly about this project. We can have 155,000 murals and arts and anthems of the South across this city. I just think there needs to be consistency, and that's all I'm asking.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. And just to be clear again, this is literally this community asking the state for permission to paint their sound barrier. So there's no grant. This is a license that they are applying for.
Okay, so let me tell you where we are at this point. Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of a resolution as substituted. It was properly seconded. Councilmember Hurt has has moved to defer one meeting to get some questions answered. So we are on a motion to defer, okay? Again, it was properly seconded. I don't have anybody else in the queue. So what we're voting on right now is a motion to defer one meeting, okay? Everybody clear? We'll try it by voice vote. We're voting on Councilmember Hurt's motion to defer one meeting. All those in favor of the motion to defer one meeting say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. So we are now back on Councilmember O'Connell's motion to approve. Any further discussion on the resolution as substituted? Councilmember O'Connell.
I just can't say it more clearly enough. We are literally giving permission to a community-based organization to ask the state if they may paint the sound barrier in their neighborhood, and I strongly support their right to do that. Thank you.
All right, so we are ready to vote. We're voting on RS 2022-1629 as substituted. All those in favor of the resolution as substituted say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, so
I will
abstain. All right, so we have a vote. The vote is in favor. We have one abstention. Councilmember Hurt abstains. Okay. All right, we are ready to proceed. We're on now item number 87, RS 2022-1633 by Councilmember Hall. It's a resolution requesting the creation of a task force to initiate a study to determine the 5 most probable locations for potential waste transfer stations within the county to be completed no later than July 31st, 2023. Councilmember Hall, you are recognized.
Committee report, please.
All right, I got Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered this item, and at the request of the sponsor, we recommended a 2-meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. And Transportation, Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation Infrastructure recommended a 2-meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Move to defer.
This is a motion to defer 2 meetings. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer for 2 meetings say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred 2 meetings. Okay. We are now on item number 88, RS 2022-1634 by Councilmember Hurt, resolution opposing the Republican National Convention in Nashville and Denison County. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized. Obviously, we've already mentioned this before that you're withdrawing this.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for withdrawal with a brief statement.
So you had withdrawn. You're not moving to withdraw. You had withdrawn.
No, I've withdrawn this with a brief statement.
All right. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized for a brief statement.
Thank you very much. I want you to know that I've withdrawn the resolution from consideration tonight, not necessarily because I am no longer passionate about these issues, but more so that I'm more passionate about us working together and finding common ground. I think it's very, very important for us to work together, for all of us who call Nashville and Tennessee home. I have much, much more to say on this later, but for now, let me just say that while there is much that divides us at this perilous moment in our history, there is also much that can, should, and I pray will bind us together as one people under a powerful and loving God.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. 1634 is withdrawn. We are now on 2 late file resolutions. The first one is a resolution recognizing the 20th anniversary of Moves and Grooves. This is by Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Suspend the rules. You have to suspend the rules.
I think I heard that you went to rules. I think I heard that. Councilmember Murphy, I was busy watching Councilmember Sawara and Councilmember Benedict try to move and groove.
Well, we considered lots of moving and grooving and moved it right out, 5 in favor, 0 against, without any issues with the suspension.
All right. So, Councilmember Stiles, you want to move to suspend the rules to get this before the body tonight. All right. So you heard the Rules Committee say it was fine. Is there objection to suspension of the rules to get this resolution before the body tonight? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You are on your resolution recognizing the 20th anniversary of Moves and Grooves.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right. So Councilmember Stiles has moved for approval. Properly second. Brief comment from Councilmember Stiles.
I just wanted to commend Moves and Grooves, which was started by Dr. Emerald Mitchell out in the Southeast in Antioch, and it provides STEAM activities as well after school for kids and dance and a lot of support over the last 20 years. And they are now in the process of finally having a physical location. So it is very exciting to be able to celebrate them and all the work that they have done in the Southeast. So I would like to ask for approval, please.
All right. Councilmember Stiles has moved for approval of the Moves and Grooves 20th anniversary. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. We have one more late file. This is by Councilmember Stiles.
Sorry. Is it too late to ask that everyone that voted in the affirmative be added?
Is there any objection from this body to have everybody who just voted on this to be listed as a prime sponsor on this resolution? Any objections? Seeing none, it is done. Okay. We have one other late file resolution. It's accepting a VOCA grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to fund the Wrapping Around Families for Success program. You heard Councilmember Allen talking about this one before. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
I believe this one went to, it would have gone to rules first. Councilmember Murphy?
We had no problem with the rule suspension.
Okay, did you all even vote on the resolution as well?
No, we are emergency filing only.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. All right, Councilmember Allen, I think the budget did have a committee report.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and you're going to need to suspend the rules to get this one in front.
And I would like to suspend the rules, please.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved to suspend the rules to get the correct VOCA grant in front of this body tonight. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules to get this one before us tonight? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your resolution.
Thank you. There were just some technical incorrections in the original bill, and this provides the corrections to those, and I would ask for support.
All right, so you've heard Councilmember Allen. We're on this VOCA resolution. She moves approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of this late file resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. We are now ready for bills on first reading. So I understand that Councilmember Swope is going to pull BL 2022-1349 off of bills on introduction and first reading. Anything else need to be taken off? Excuse me. Anything else need to be taken off of first reading? All right, seeing none, I need a motion to approve everything else except for BL 2022-1349. Everything else stays on introduction, first reading. Motion to approve. Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bills on introduction, first reading are approved. The bill that was taken off of first reading was BL 2022-1349. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am going to withdraw 2022-1349 with no further comment at this time.
All right, thank you. BL 2022-1349 is withdrawn. All right, we are ready now for bills on second reading. I got it. All right. We're on bills on second reading, the second reading consent agenda. These are the bills on second reading consent. Item number 119, BL 2022-1131 is on consent. Everything okay over there? Okay. Item Item 123, Bill 2022-1277 is on consent. That's item 123. Item 124, 1329 is not on consent. 1330 is on consent. That's item number 125. 1331 is on consent. 1332 is on consent. 1333 is on consent. 1334 is on consent. 1335 is on consent. 1336 is on consent. 1337 on consent, and 1338 on consent. All right. So does anything else need to be bumped off of the consent calendar? Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
1331 and 1332.
Tell me again which ones. Go ahead, and you can use your microphone so I can get it. Okay.
126 and 127.
Okay, items 126 and 127 are bumped off of consent. Anything else need to be bumped off? All right, here are the bills on consent. BL 2022-1131 by Murphy, Withers, and Young, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon easement rights located at 410 42nd Avenue North and 410B 42nd Avenue North, formerly a portion of Alabama Avenue, except for those retained by NES. The next one is item 123, BL 2022-1277 by O'Connell, Allen, and Bradford, ordinance approving a license agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Board of Parks and Recreation and the Lamar Companies for the use of 180 Anthus Drive in Nashville. BL 2022-1330 by Allen and Withers, ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by and through the Department of General Services and 5620 Nolensville Pike LLC for use of office space at 5620 Nolensville Pike. BL 2022-1333, that's item 128 by Councilmember Vercher. It's an ordinance readopting the code of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, prepared by Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental and replacement pages thereof, containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before March 3rd, 2022. BL 2022-1334 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young, ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning alley number 708 right-of-way from Duncan Street eastward to unimproved Meredith Avenue right-of-way. BL 2022-1335 by Roberts, Withers, and Young, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing storm sewer lines, storm catch basins, and easement rights for 7 properties located on California Avenue, Edison Park Lane, and 57th Avenue North. BL 2022-1336 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer manholes for property located 500 Platform Way South, also known as Nashville Yards Parcel 3. BL 2022-1337 by Hager, Withers, and Young, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public sanitary sewer manholes and to accept new sanitary sewer manholes for property located at Pitts Avenue unnumbered. And the last one is BL 2022-1338 by Evans, Withers, and Young, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 4 properties located on Central Pike, also known as Tulip Grove Townhomes. Anything needs to be bumped off of those? Councilmember Allen.
Did you say 1330 was on consent?
1330 is on consent. And I read it. Do you
okay, we need to take that one off.
Okay, 1330 is coming off. That's item 125. Okay. Okay. Anything else that needs to be bumped off? All right. I need some committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen, you've got a couple.
Just a few. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. BL 2022-1277 was considered and approved, 7 in favor, 0 against. And BL 2022-1329 was recommended for approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered BL 2022-1336, 1337, and 1338, and recommended approval of each of those 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, I've got one from you for 1131. Did you get that one?
I do not believe that came before our committee. It went to Transportation and Infrastructure, but not Planning and Zoning.
Okay, hold on.
Also, that one's off consent, I believe.
Yeah, okay. We're just
I'm sorry, 1131. Let me see.
1131. I think you're right.
That one did not come before our committee this time. Did we give a report on it last time?
No, that's okay. I'm just checking. 1334, 1340, 1334, and 1335. Did you give me those? Those look like they did go to planning and zoning.
Yes, some of them may have come before our committee last time.
Okay. Did you get?
I don't have 1334 or 1335 on our agenda this time.
Okay. All right. So we can go ahead just because one committee will report in. Okay. We're just checking our notes, but I think we'll be okay. All right. Public Facilities, Arts and Culture, Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We heard BL 2022-1277. We were 8 in favor, none against to approve.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Rules and Confirmations.
Yes. 2022-1333 was 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Young, you got the last group.
Right. BL 2022-1334, 35, 36, 37, 38. All were recommended for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, and I will move approval of the second reading consent agenda.
All right, so Councilmember Young has moved approval of the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any questions, any discussions? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Withers.
Vice Mayor, I apologize. The planning and zoning agenda pages were out of order. We did consider 1334, 1335, and 36 and recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Councilmember Murphy, what do we do to people who don't comply with the pages that are in order?
Remove them from their chairmanships.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hey, conservative.
So Councilmember Young says we make them serve even longer. That's what we do. All right. All right, so Councilmember Young has moved approval of the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, now we're back on bills on second reading that were not on the consent agenda. The first one is BL 2022-1168 by Stiles and Sepulveda. Ordinance to amend sections 9.20.020 and 9.20.060 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to amend the noise provisions relative to motor vehicles and to authorize the Department of Codes Administration to enforce excessive noise provisions. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
All right, you've got government operations. Councilmember Hancock.
And we had an amendment on this one, and we voted 8 in favor, 0 against on the amendment, and then 8 in favor, 0 against to defer for 1 meeting.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Stiles, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to defer this 1 meeting.
All right. So Councilmember Stiles is moving to defer this 1 meeting, right? So 1 meeting?
Yes,
okay.
1 meeting.
Properly seconded. Any discussions on the deferral motion? Seeing none. Councilmember Swarn?
Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor, I thought there was an amendment on the bill.
There is. She's deferring the whole thing. We can pick up the amendment at the next meeting, okay? All right. So the motion is to defer 1 meeting and properly seconded. Let me double check one thing. Councilmember Hancock, did you approve the bill as amended or just the amendment?
We approved the bill as amended and deferred for 1 meeting.
All right, got it.
Or we didn't approve, we approved a deferral as amended.
You approved the bill as amended and then approved the deferral?
We approved the amendment.
Okay.
And then we approved a 1 meeting deferral.
So you didn't approve the whole bill as amended, you just put the amendment
1 meeting deferral as amended.
Okay. Mr. Clark, you got it?
Is that good?
Okay, got it. All right. Just checking. Councilmember Stiles, the motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred 1 meeting. And next one is BL 2022-1250 by Councilmember Stiles, Welsh, Toombs, and others, an ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to create the Nashville Entertainment Commission. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Deferring. I'd like to move for deferral for 1 meeting.
Okay, let me get some committee reports in here. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered two substitutes, one by Councilmember Stiles, which we had 1 in favor, 0 against, and 6 not voting, and a substitute by Councilmember Swope, 2 in favor, 0 against, and 5 not voting. And then we voted to defer one meeting, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford, Public Facilities.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Facilities, we voted 9 in favor, none against to defer one meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm just going to go ahead and defer this for one meeting and bring it back.
All right, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate the sponsors bringing this forward and working hard to craft this. Obviously, we have a little bit of difference on process and whatnot, but ultimately, I just want to stand and say that I support the overall initiative, just not the process. What I wanted to also mention to folks is remember that we have authorized a total of about $300,000 to study local independent music venues. That RFP is going to finally go out this week, hopefully. We are adding a few more deliverables to that RFP at no more cost to it in order to take a similar approach that we did with homelessness. And that is, let's have an outside expert help us, not just give us tools, programs, policies that support local independent music venues, but also the underlying infrastructure. What kind of lessons can we learn from the past 20, 25 years of how to set up an appropriate public-private sustainable partnership that does support our creative working class and our creative industry here in Nashville? So that RFP is going to go out. We're going to get hopefully some really solid, tangible recommendations. And from there, we'll have an industry group to vet that RFP and help us craft the best way to make this sustainable. So that said, what we talked about in Budget and Finance and also at the Public Facilities Committee is that I can support this if we can kind of take this one step back a little bit and focus this on film. We have attempted to put both film and music under one umbrella. And I think the evolving thought that I have is that is too big of a lift too soon. And we need to take a more incremental, thoughtful, and intentional approach. And so I do appreciate the sponsor deferring it one time, and I look forward to what's going to come in next meeting. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Any other discussion? Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. All due respect to my fellow Councilwoman, Joy, or Council Lady Stiles, I have offered a substitute for this, and on your desks is the definitions of this substitute in nice, pretty pictures that's been put together by everyone, including the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, Cinema South, Filmcom, International Black Film Festival, the Nashville Composers Association, the Tennessee Entertainment Alliance, and Women in Film and Television, just to name a few. I ask that you give this a read, and with that said, Mr. Syracuse and I have had several discussions, and Ms. Stiles and I have had several discussions. So over the course of the next 2 weeks, Ms. Stiles and I are going to get together and try to combine our substitutes into something that directly affects film, television, and what we used to call transmedia, but now is called the digital metaverse, thereby kind of separating the music industry from this specifically because it is a completely different animal, to be honest with you. And I agree with Councilman Syracuse in the separation of church and state, as it were, in this particular instance. So I support this deferral. I ask that everyone support this deferral and let Council Lady Stiles and I sit down over the next week or so and try to hash this out to a better plan. Thank you.
All right. We are on a motion to defer one meeting. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor of the motion to defer, say aye. Opposed, no. This measure is deferred one meeting. We're on item 122, BL 2022-1269 by Councilmember Hancock. Ordinance to amend Title II of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the Board of Fire and Building Code Appeals. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Government operations, that would
That's
be
me.
yours.
So we had an amendment by Councilmember Allen, which we voted 7 in favor, 0 against, and then we moved to approve as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Hancock, what do you want to do?
I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, so Councilmember Hancock has moved for approval, properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Allen moves an amendment to 1269, properly seconded. Back to you.
So my understanding is this bill is a response to a difficulty in putting together the Fire and Building Codes Board, which has in the past required very specific professional fields to be represented in specifically one from each field, and that has made it very difficult to do that. So the bill as originally submitted simply says these are all the professions that can be considered, but we don't have to have one from each profession, which leaves the possibility of the 6-person board being all architects or all engineers. And as an engineer, I think all architects would be not a good thing. Sorry. But just I think there is value in breadth of experience, and so the amendment would simply add that at least 3 of the fields need to be represented. So that strikes a balance between requiring one specifically from each field, but doesn't leave it the possibility of ending up being a whole bunch of people who know a lot about one thing and nothing about the other. So with that, I move my amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved an amendment to 2022-1269, again properly seconded. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
And we do see this as a friendly amendment, and if all the engineers were like Council Lady Allen, then maybe we should have all engineers. But since we can't guarantee that, it is good that we can have a balanced board, and the staff is also in support of this amendment.
All right, so we are voting on Councilmember Allen's amendment. Any other comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment on 1269 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Hancock, back to you. You're on 1269 as amended.
I'd like to move for approval of 1269 as amended.
Okay, so Councilmember Hancock has now moved 2022-1269 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2022-1269 as amended for passage on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. All right, so you got one no. Councilmember Rosenberg has said no. Okay. All right, bill passes on second reading. Okay, we're on BL 2022-1329 by Councilmembers Allen and Bradford. Ordinance permitting the Metropolitan Tourism and Convention Commission to hold its public meeting in the offices of the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corps. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Public Facilities, Councilmember Bradford.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Public Facilities voted to defer one meeting, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, and I will defer to the Public Facilities Committee for an explanation of why they would like to defer, and if it sounds good, I'll move to defer.
All right, Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So in our committee, there were some questions raised about how these meetings are adhere to open meetings laws, how are they recorded, what is the implications of having these meetings in a building operated by one of our vendors. And so we voted to defer one meeting to allow some more information to come from the administration, from legal, as to what can be done to ensure these meetings are complying with the Open Meetings Act, that they are being recorded for the public to view at a later time, and that there's no potential conflicts with these meetings being hosted within one of our vendors' buildings.
Councilmember Allen.
Sounds good to me. It's always good to get more information. I move for one meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved for a one meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion for one meeting say aye. 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 Opposed, no. This one's deferred one meeting. We're on BL 2022-1330 by Councilmember Allen and Withers, an ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Department of General Services and 5620 Nolensville Pike LLC for use of office space. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met, and we considered this BL 2022-1330. We recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. I think some additional information came out of Budget and Finance after we met.
All right, Budget and Finance. Councilmember Allen, what you all doing there?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In Budget and Finance, Metro Police was the purported user of the space, and they indicated that they no longer needed it and withdrew. So we approved a withdrawal.
All right, so do you want to just withdraw? Withdraw the bill. Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Item number 126, BL 2022-1331 by Councilmember Suara, O'Connell, Porterfield, and others. Ordinance renaming the WeGo Central Public Transit Station of the Metropolitan Transit Authority, located at 400 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, as the Elizabeth Duff Transit Center at WeGo Central. Councilmember Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Transportation, Councilmember Young.
We recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
I'll move for approval with a brief comment.
All right. This one's motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. We opened the meeting with Councilmember Hurd talking about legacy, and these bill ordinances that we have before us is celebrating two of the legacies that we have here in town. Miss Elizabeth Duff was the first female to drive a WeGo bus, and the first African-American female as well. And because she was the first, the person that opened the doors for others, there were other female drivers that came after her. And because she did that also, it enabled WeGo or MTA to be able to now have a bathroom for women. And so this ordinance is actually naming the WeGo Transit Center downtown after Miss Elizabeth Duff in recognition of her contribution. Ms. Duff passed away, but I wanted to at least speak in her honor and also to acknowledge and to thank MTA for actually doing this. This was a community project that they did and talked to a lot of people in the community. And this is a well-deserved recognition for Ms. Elizabeth Duff for being a trailblazer and for opening the door for so many people. With that, I move for approval.
All right. Councilmember Suara has moved for approval of 2022-1332 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, can I ask to have my name added as a sponsor?
All right, so we're on, actually on BL 2022-1331. Councilmember Sepulveda would like to have her name added. Clerk, you okay? Okay, taken care of. Any other comments before we vote on this one on second reading? Councilmember Nash, you recognized.
Could you add my name too, please?
Councilmember Nash is added as a sponsor. Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Murphy, what do you want to know?
I would like to invoke my own rule and add us all as prime co-sponsors.
I thought there was something already known as Murphy's
There are two, we have two official rules in our rules that are Murphy rules, and then there is a Murphy's Law.
Okay. Oh, whatever it is there any objection to everybody being signed on as the sponsor of this bill? Seeing no objection, we are getting ready to vote on BL 2022-1331. All those in favor of BL 2022-1331 for passes on second reading, everybody listed as a prime sponsor who votes in the affirmative. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. BL 2022-1331 passes on second reading. BL 2022-1332 by Councilmember Suara, Taylor, O'Connell. Ordinance naming the North Nashville Transit Center to be located at 2521 Clarksville Highway at 26th Avenue North under the operation of the MTA as the Ernest Rip Patton North Nashville Transit Center. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
That is me, yes. Transportation and Infrastructure recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against. And in my power that I do not have as the Transportation Chair, I might recommend the Murphy Rule be invoked again.
Yes.
You don't have that much power. All right, so I'm going to go back to Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Suara, what do you want to do?
I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment as well.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
And yes, I do want the Murphy Rule or Murphy Law, whatever it's called.
She has the power to do that.
I invoke again. But this is one that is very personal to me. Dr. Rip Patton was one of the civil rights leaders in this town, a freedom rider, somebody that sings, everybody loves him. And this renaming for him name is very poetic because he used to work for the National Transportation Department as a freedom rider, as somebody that went to TSU, as someone that is from North Nashville. I want to thank Councilmember O'Connor that actually suggested that early on, and I was able to work with WeGo. Not only that, I think MTA involved the people in North Nashville, had the hearing process, people voted. It was a whole community vote where a lot of people were very excited about the possibility of naming this center after Dr. Ray Parton. And it's another great legacy in Nashvilleian that is worth celebrating, and I'm so proud that we'll be able to do that. And with that, yes, the Murphy Law, I would love everyone to be listed as a sponsor.
Any objection to everybody being listed as a sponsor on this one? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. We're voting on Bill 2022-1332. It was moved by Councilmember Saguaro, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. All right, so we are now on bills on third reading. Hang with me because we're almost done. These are the bills on third reading consent calendar. BL 2022-1255, that's item 135, is on consent. 1272 is on consent. 1273 is on consent. 1274 on consent. 1275 on consent. 1276 on consent. 1278 on consent. 1279 on consent. 1280 on consent. 1281 on consent. 1282 on consent. 1283 on consent. And 1284 on consent. They're all on consent except for the first one. You need to take one off. Taylor, yeah. Is it on third reading? I don't think it's on. Let's check. It's not on here. Okay. All right. So everything is on consent except for the first bill on third reading, which is item number 134. Anything needs to be bumped off? All right, here we go. BL 2022-1255, item number 135 by O'Connell, Allen, Withers, and Bradford. Ordinance approving an agreement for a Greenway conservation easement by and between PR2, SH, Peabody Union Apartment Owners, LLC, and the Metropolitan Government. That's sponsored again by O'Connell, Allen, and Withers. BL 2022-1272 by Hancock, Allen, Withers, and Evans. Ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government through the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and the Department of General Services and the Community Resource Center for use of a warehouse at 801 Anderson Lane in Madison, Tennessee. BL 2022-1273 by Allen and Young. Ordinance granting the purchasing agent the authority to extend the term of contract number 422444 for the Murfreesboro Pike Complete Streets Architectural and Engineering Services. BL 2022-1274, that's item 138. Evans, Welsh, and Stiles, an ordinance approving a revised organizational plan for the Metropolitan Public Health Department and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. BL 2022-1275 by Syracuse, Allen, Withers, and others. Ordinance accepting a Greenway conservation easement on certain property located at 433 Opry Mills Drive, owned by Opry Mills Mall Limited Partnership. BL 2022-1276 by Allen, Bradford, Stiles, and Porterfield. Ordinance approving a license agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Board of Parks and Recreation and the Nashville Food Project for the use of commercial community gardening at Mill Ridge Park. BL 2022-1278 by Evans, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to negotiate and accept permanent easements for the Jacksons Valley Road Stormwater Improvement Project for 6 properties located on Jacksons Valley Road. BL 2022-1279, O'Connell, Withers, and Young. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary manholes, and easement rights, and to rehabilitate sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes for 8 properties located at Lebanon Pike, Rucker Avenue, White Avenue, and former alley number 2058, also known as Lebanon Pike 711. Item number 143, BL 2022-1280, Van Reese, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to relocate a fire hydrant assembly for property located at 115 Hart Lane. BL 2022-1281 by Rutherford, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 5215 Blue Hole Road. BL 2022-1282 by O'Connell, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water main and fire hydrant assemblies and to accept new public water main and fire hydrant assemblies for two properties located at 1506 Church Street and 215 15th Avenue North, also known as Church Street Residences. Item number 146, BL 2022-1283 by Toombs, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept a public fire hydrant assembly and easement for three properties located at 500 West Trinity Lane and West Trinity Lane unnumbered, also known as Word 18 townhouses, or townhomes, excuse me. And item number 147, BL 2022-1284, Murphy, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for property located at 245 Ensworth Place. Those are the items on the third reading consent calendar. Anything need to be bumped off? I believe all the committee reports are in on this. So Councilmember Young, take a motion to approve.
Move to approve the third reading consent agenda.
All right. So Councilmember Young has moved approval of the third reading consent agenda. Double checking. There was no committee report. Okay. So Councilmember Young has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the third reading consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Third reading consent agenda is passed. We've got one more bill. Item number 134 by Councilmember Toombs. This is BL 2022-1209, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning. Property located at Monticello Drive, numbered approximately 800 feet north of West Trinity Lane. It's 1.33 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At the request of the sponsor, the Planning and Zoning Committee recommended withdrawal, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0.
All right, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Rather than withdraw the bill, I'd like to defer it indefinitely.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs is moving to withdraw this indefinitely. To defer this.
Defer indefinitely, sorry.
To withdraw this indefinitely. A lot of reading. All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved to defer this indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred indefinitely. Anything else? Anything else? Oh, all right. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Before we leave, I just wanted to make sure that everyone acknowledged, I believe it's the youngest member of the council, possibly Councilwoman Sandra Sepulveda, will be turning 29 on Thursday.
I think it's Mary Carolyn Roberts.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mary Carolyn's
and Councilmember Mary Carolyn Roberts is having the anniversary of her 21st birthday tomorrow.
All right. Happy birthday to all. Anybody else having a birthday? All right. All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion adjourned, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.
And so the council has concluded about a 3.5-hour meeting. That may sound like a long time, but actually it was a 54-page long agenda with 147 items. So that was actually moving through things pretty quickly. They had over 60 bills on public hearing tonight, zoning bills, and that usually takes some time. They got through that in less than 2 hours. Council also took a couple of major actions tonight. One, approval of a resolution that opposes the recent Supreme Court decision overturning the constitutional right to an abortion after that being in place for over 50 years. The resolution was RS 2022-1635. It had 26 co-sponsors. It requests the Nashville Police make criminal enforcement, arrest, and investigation of abortions its lowest priority. The resolution also requests the Cooper administration restrict city funds and city staff from being used to investigate, catalog, or report suspected abortions. Resolution finally also encourages city departments to implement and enforce policies and practices to prevent harassment and disruption at all abortion abortion clinics, including noise regulations, parking and traffic regulations, and anti-nuisance regulations. The council had a late resolution also to consider on that same topic. It would have requested the Metro Employee Benefit Board to extend health coverage to Metro employees to include reimbursement to obtain medical procedures unavailable in Tennessee, and that's certainly the current case with abortion. Benefit would include transportation, accommodation, and related costs. Could impact up to 15,000 city workers. There were two objections to that, and with more than two objections to a bill, it cannot be considered. It will come back on the council agenda on July 19th, and there could be yet another resolution available at that point that would actually put the council on record to spend local tax dollars to create a fund to help pay for women in the city to go to other states to receive abortion services. Federal law does not allow tax dollars to be used for abortion services or purposes. It's not known or believed that there's a similar ban in Tennessee for the use of state and local taxes for abortion, although I suspect if this is something that the council here is looking at, perhaps others, the state legislature may soon implement such a restriction within the future. Other major action tonight on first reading, the council saw the bill that would allow Nashville to host the Republican National Convention here in the city in 2024. That was withdrawn. There had been concerns raised about the cost for that, about the security for that, and some other reasons that the city was just not comfortable about it. There was some feeling that some of the people in the host committee want to try to bring it back still and try to get it before the Republican National Committee. The choice of the cities to host it are between Nashville and Milwaukee. Milwaukee's already approved the sort of regulations and agreement that was before the council went on first reading. It'll take council at least 6 weeks to approve it, so if this has been done tonight and the Republican National Committee is going to approve their choice by the early part of August, there's no way the city can get that done without special meetings of the council, and I doubt in the current situation that's kind of where this council is headed. So I would say that the chances of it being in Nashville for the convention are fairly slim, and probably for most chances it's mostly dead. This is going to be a disappointment to Governor Bill Lee. He very much wanted the convention to be here. In fact, the state had put a $25 million tourist grant to help with that, and there also would have been $200 million perhaps available $200 million coming to Nashville had the convention been hosted here. Lisa Sporter said that, and also there's up to $50 million in federal funds available to help with some of the security concerns. But again, it appears at this point that's not going to happen. In other actions tonight, the council approved $22.25 million in the city's 4% reserve fund for the purchase of equipment and building repairs for some 22 city departments and agencies. Some of the biggest numbers in there: $5.8 million for IT services, $5.3 million for general services, $2.6 million for the police department, $2 million for the fire, $1.5 million for libraries, and more than $1 million each for sheriffs and metro parks. There was one amendment that was being discussed tonight, was never actually offered by Councilman at Large Bob Mendez. He was concerned that Metro Police looked to want to spend potentially some of that money on license plate readers, which the council has approved a pilot project for. But Councilman Mendez pointed out that no money can be spent at all under the law the council passed for the pilot project until there's at least been a public hearing happen. After there was some confusion about that during the committee meeting, there was a further clarification. Councilman Mendez was satisfied that they weren't going to go forward without this public hearing. So whenever the public hearing is held, that he'll be satisfied he did not offer the amendment. So the resolution that was adopted tonight was approved. In other memorializing the council resolutions, the council recognized Ken Oliver upon his retirement as director of the Metro Public Library System. They also they preferred creating a task force to initiate a study to determine the 5 most probable locations for a potential waste transfer station within the county. That was supposed to be done by the end of July. It'll be coming up again in 2 weeks to see if the council wants to take any action on that. On second reading, the council deferred a bill that's been up before to toughen the city's excessive noise regulations for motor vehicles. And also on second reading, they deferred another bill that's been around for a while. That would be to create the Nashville Entertainment Commission. There are 2 different substitute ordinances on this. Those sponsors are going to try to get together to see if they can build a consensus and bring that back in 2 weeks to see what happens. The council is now in recess until the 19th of July. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has come to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.
Thank you.